Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in good spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. And yeah, there's a lot of things to be happy about today. Okay, real talk. Outside of your own life, there's a lot of things to be happy about today, and we're gonna get straight into that in just a minute. Now, let me just tell you guys, there's been some craziness that's been going on here. Obviously, there's been a lot of conversation revolving around this particular case here. And I got to be honest, we are about to see the end. We're about to see the end of the case today. And I know that makes a lot of people feel some type of way, because they were hoping for a different outcome. But we have to remember still, justice is getting served here. Again, I know it's not the justice that most people wanted to see, but at the same time, justice has been served or is about to be served. We'll see how severe and how hard justice descends upon this monster, BRYAN KOHBERGER. But anyway, looking forward to it, guys. Very much looking forward to it. So hopefully you got your coffee, hopefully you got your meals, etc., all those things ready to go, because we are going into it today. Okay? This is the sentencing. This is the final moment. The moment we've all been waiting for is finally here. 2 years and some odd blah, blah, blahs later. Okay, months later, we are finally getting the justice that we have been waiting for. So please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below before we get into everything. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what to do. Hit that reaction button if you can, please, and thank you. That'd be greatly appreciated. If you are watching it on the other platforms like Facebook, X/, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick. Yes, we are all, okay? We are on all these channels, okay? So please go and check out. Please go and check that out. Hit that follow button, hit that like button, whatever they say on those platforms. Hit that subscribe button here, right here on my YouTube channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. That'd be greatly appreciated. Subscribe over there. And then, of course, go over to Pascal Raw. Go over there, check it out. Subscribe if you can. That'd be greatly appreciated. All right. More content on that platform coming very, very soon. And also make sure you have the notification bell set to all, so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because right now it's random. All right. So just ride with me for right now, trying to figure some things out. Okay. That'd be greatly appreciated. All right. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. Check out my locals. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Okay, check it out, PascalMerch.com. All right. Okay, we got some really great stuff over there. Okay. Anyway, we got to get into some things. We got some things to talk about. We got some conversations that need to be had and all that. So, sorry, hold on. I'm reading something here. Reading some of your comments. So anyway, don't know what that's all about. But anyway, the moment we've all been waiting for. BRYAN KOHBERGER, the Idaho 4 tragedy, etc. Today is his sentencing. Now, for those of y'all who don't remember or, you know, need a little bit of a refresher on everything, I found a little bit of like a summary breakdown of everything. It's very loose. We're going to run with it. We're going to use that. And of course, there's some other things that are going on. Of course, a lot of people have been doing, you know, little little recaps and little documentaries revolving around this as well. And we, of course, are going to talk about those, take a look at those things as well. Also, at some point, Brian Enton did an exclusive interview with the Gonzalez family, or actually his so Kaylee Gonzalez's sister, that I think will be very interesting to take a look at as well. And so, like I said, there's a lot of different things that are going on today that I think everybody is getting very much getting ready for and getting hype about, because this is the moment, like I said, we've all been waiting for. Every person that is a true crime junkie to a true crime newbie, they've all have been savvy enough to know about this particular case and this particular situation. Okay. And so I think it's kind of like the Gabby Petito case. For a lot of people, it was a case that introduced them to the genre and the world of true crime. So I think a lot of people are never going to forget this trial, never going to forget this case. And of course, we want justice for these four, right? Because again, what he did is unbelievable. Okay? What he did was unbelievable. So let's get into this, okay? We're going to get straight into the meat and potatoes of everything. All right? So we got a little bit of a summary that I want to share with y'all. So let's take a look at this summary real quick. And it's just kind of like a quick briefing, breakdown of everything, of the case leading up to him, leading up to this sentencing right now, okay? Which, by the way, the plea deal that he took shook everyone, okay? The plea deal that he took shook everyone, all right? So I just want to make that abundantly clear. It definitely shook everyone. Whether it was like, holy cow, he really did it, to holy cow, damn, we won't see him getting taken out by the government. You know what I'm saying? He ain't getting the DP no more. It angered a lot of people, all right? And understandably. So let's take a look at this, okay? So the University of Idaho murders and BRYAN KOHBERGER. This is just a quick little summary. So the Idaho murders case involves the brutal attacks, okay, of 4 University of Idaho students. That's Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez in an off-campus rental house on November 13th, 2022. The unalivings sent shockwaves through the small college town of Moscow, Idaho, and garnered national, and I would even say international, attention for sure. So the investigation and what led to the arrest of BRYAN KOHBERGER, I'd like to call him Coco. All right. So weeks after this tragedy, police identified a suspect by the name of BRYAN Christopher KOHBERGER, a criminology PhD student at nearby Washington State University. He was then arrested on December 30th, 2022 at his parents' home in Pennsylvania. Now, pretty crazy stuff. What led to getting him, connected to this tragedy, connected to this whole situation. Okay. First off, evidence that was linking him to the whole situation. DNA. DNA was found on a knife sheath left at the scene. Was matched to BRYAN KOHBERGER's DNA obtained from trash at his parents' house. Now, this is a quick trip down memory lane, but we have to anyway. Do you remember there was a time when everybody and their mama was talking about touch DNA? Now I know what it is, okay? But back in the day, didn't know what it was, and everybody and their mama was talking about touch DNA. Oh, there's so many possibilities of him not being the person who did it because of touch DNA, so on and so forth, right? And I think this is what garnered and kind of catapulted a lot of people towards thinking that this man innocent. This was the moment that I think everyone was like, well, wait a second, okay? This house was a party house. People were in and out of that house a lot. there's still a possibility, okay, that somebody, somehow, his DNA got onto somebody else, and then they came into that place and did this unthinkable thing, and his DNA, his touch DNA, got onto the knife sheath, right? Then there was also the other thing, too. Oh, this was a setup. He's the scapegoat. He's the fall guy for this whole situation. No. There's no way he could have been the bad guy, right? And don't get me wrong. I get it. I understand people thinking that maybe he's the innocent guy and he's, taking the fall for something that he really didn't do at all. But at the same time, though, now we at this moment, okay? We at this moment now, what we're walking into here in about 45 minutes, 44 minutes to be exact, right? And you can miss me with the nonsense of him being innocent. This man is not innocent. He did this, okay? And if he didn't do these things, he'd be fighting tooth and nail, and we would be seeing the start of a trial right now. Not this, okay? But I'm telling you right now, yes, Nicole B., it was more than just touch DNA that pointed the police in this direction to being like, oh, he's the culprit. He's the assailant. He's the jerk off that did this terrible thing to these 4 kids. There's more than just touch DNA, but people are still out here trying to move the goalpost, coming up with everything under the sun to justify that Coco was not the one who did this. It was absolutely insane. And I feel like there's still people out here that are still running with that narrative still to this day, even though he took a plea deal saying that he is guilty, that he did do this. Him guilty, y'all. And still some people out here going, no. He's still innocent. They're putting this innocent man behind bars. Free him. Stop it. There was too much evidence, way too much evidence, okay? And no, I don't give a damn about you wanting to be, with the moon and the stars, and this is the perfect opportunity to go off the grid around the same time that these kids were killed. You can miss me with all that and all that BS. Miss me with it. Take it somewhere else. Go over there. Go over in that left field, because that's where you at, okay? You're not even in left field. You outside the ballpark. Okay, you're not even in the ballpark parking lot. You in a off-road freaking country road, way millions of miles away from the damn ballpark. Okay, you ain't even in it, nowhere near the vicinity, guys. All right, you on an island somewhere else. Okay, Brennan Epstein's files. Okay, I'm kidding. But still, miss with the nonsense saying that him innocence. Stop it. But let's continue on. I was just on touch DNA. So let's go. So the vehicle. Let's talk about the vehicle, shall we? Oh my God. Okay, so here it is. Okay, man, I'm sorry. I gotta go in on this. I'm so sorry. I got to. Because right now, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Him gone. This is his funeral. I'm telling you right now, this is BRYAN KOHBERGER's funeral, okay? Okay? That was me acting like I had a pew-pew in my hands, and I'm pew-pewing it, I'm pulling the trigger, okay? Yeehaw! America! You know what I mean? But anyway, or those Roman candlesticks, you know what I mean? Nobody does that, where they just hold them and then they... Anyway, let's get into the vehicle, shall we? Surveillance footage showed a white Hyundai Elantra matching Kohberger's car near the crime scene before and after the murders. Do you remember how many sightings of white Hyundais Elantras that we saw when they were trying to find him? Do you remember? I mean, you can go all the way back. Go all the way back to my videos and just check it out. Here's another sighting. Could it be his car? There was one where there was a car that was messed up. I think like the wheel or something like that, broke off. And it was in Oregon, if I'm correct, or Oregon, however you guys say it, but I say Oregon, okay? Anyway, like it was off to the side of the road. It was a jacked up car. And everybody, even including myself, was sitting there going, oh my God, could this actually be the car? Which, by the way, do you know how many white Elantras are out there? There's a lot. Okay, it's a very common car. Okay, I'm sure there was one passing by your neighborhood right now as we speak. Okay, I know. I'm not. Hold on. All I'm trying to say, okay, all I'm trying to say is that they're everywhere. It's like, oh, he was driving a Toyota Corolla. You know what I mean? Do they still make Corollas? I think they still do. But you know what I mean? A common car, right? But later on, people were trying to push the envelope or, you know, not push the envelope, but move the goalpost even more by saying, oh no, you don't see that ugly ass neon green car behind the house right now? You mean to tell me that black and white footage of the car driving all around and doing these circles and then speeding off in the middle of the night after the murders happened? You mean to tell me that it wasn't a white car, that it was actually the neon green car that's been parked there over the last few months, over the last few years? And they're like, no, it's the green car. Look, if you just change the black and white footage into color, you can kind of see the green. If you squint your eyes and have dust just splashing into your face, and you squint a little bit and lean to the left, and with this dust in your eye, you can actually see it. It's actually green. Yeah, it is a neon green. It's like, stop. No, stop it. Stop. Oh, I wasn't joking about the neon green thing. It was real. People were literally trying to move the goalpost and say, no, it's neon green. It was a neon green Hyundai Elantra. Neon green. No, it wasn't. It was a white car. What? Elantra. But no, people wanted to go with that. They wanted to run with that. Woo, now I'm starting to sweat. I'm starting to perspire. Okay? Damn it. Ladies and gentlemen of the congregation, I say, the devil's a liar. Okay? So again, vehicle. BS. I was about to curse. Woo! I almost got caught. Anyway, I almost got caught up. But real talk, the vehicle. People were going nuts over that. And I understand. The neon green, I didn't understand so much. But the vehicle where everybody was like, oh, that's a white Elantra. That's another white Elantra. That's another white Elantra. I understand that. Because the guy was out there. He was still breathing in this freedom air. He was out there vigorously scrubbing down his vehicle, wearing surgical gloves, and shopping at malls or shopping at supermarkets, you know, wearing gloves and masks, trying to look normal. Yeah. That's what he was doing while we were all going, white Elantra, white Elantra, white Elantra, right? Crazy, right? Pretty crazy. Oh, I'm not sitting here saying that I didn't go nuts. Absolutely, I went nuts. But I didn't go to that far off I didn't spin off the planet saying, oh, that's a green, neon green, white, that's a neon green Elantra. That's absolutely what it was, right? Absolutely what it was. No. I just said, hey, this looks interesting that there's a white Elantra here and here and here. Maybe these are the white Elantra. Maybe this is the white Elantra that they're talking about. It could be anywhere, right? Everybody is a suspect at that point, right? So let's move on. Let's get into the next part. Cell phone data. Oh, the cell phone data. Cell phone data placed Kohberger near the victims' homes multiple times in the months leading up to the unalivings, to this tragedy. So let's talk about this, okay? They went ham on this, all right? This, to me, showed that he was making tours. He was doing tours. He was casing the joint. He was doing recon work, okay? Real talk. He was doing what he needed to do, so he knew exactly where to go and how to do it when he was going to go and do it. He did his research. He literally lurked and followed these girls, at least one of them, which is yet still something that they have not exposed yet. Who was the actual main target? Was there a target? Or was he just like, I just want to go in there and just take them all out because I just want to see what it feels like? Like I said, I'm still curious about that. And my theory still stands. Let me just say this again real quick before we continue on with the cell phone data. Okay, because I got something to say about this doggone. See, even my dogs are mad about this too. Okay, they don't like it at all. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay. I got dogs losing their doggone minds and they're terrifying one of my kids. All right. Now, here's the thing. Okay? When it came to this, the cell phone data and this whole situation, this whole tragedy, let me just say this really quick, okay? Personally, I truly, truly feel that BRYAN KOHBERGER was doing everything he could to see if he could get away with the perfect tragedy. I think he was trying to get away with the perfect crime. You got to remember, he's a PhD in criminology. He went and studied with someone who worked and studied a BTK monster as well, right? There's so many different things. You just got to look at the situation. Look at all the breadcrumbs. You got somebody who I'm sure was fantasizing, immoralizing, maybe turning these particular monsters, these other serial killers, into deities for crying out loud. In his own mind, he must have thought, okay, that he could get away with the perfect murder. That's what I truly think. I still think that, period. Okay? I that's what I truly think. Okay? I truly think that he was like, let me see if I can get away with this. Let me see if I can get away with unaliving these people and walk out unscathed, under the radar, and I will go and do it again. That's what I truly think. He studied these things. He obsessed over these things. Now, obviously, this is just my theory, okay? This is just me hypothesizing. I have no proof of this thing. I have no proof of this evidence, nothing of that sort. But I will say, for what he did and what he was studying and what he was getting his PhD in, it seems a little bit on par, to me at least. The dots start to connect. But I truly think that he thought that he could walk away from this situation scot-free. And obviously was planning on doing it again. We're going to talk about that in a second. But the cell phone data, let's not forget, he was going around that area. Yes, he is a fast runner. He had a 6-minute mile or something crazy like that. That's a fast dude, okay? That's a very healthy endurance. That's a very healthy heart. That's a very healthy person, okay? He took his fitness very seriously, okay? And that fitness helped him in what he ended up doing. Let's not forget that, all right? With his muggly looking ish. But anyway, cell phone data, let's not forget this too. His alibi, which was not really an alibi, okay? It was a trash alibi. He said that he turned off his cell phone around the same time, miraculously, coincidentally, at the same time that these 4 lost their lives, because he wanted to go out into the woods and be out in the woods, because he wanted to be a part of nature. Now, I've made fun of this like crazy. Okay, I've gone ham on this like crazy, but he has said basically that he wanted to be out there among the moon and the stars. that suddenly he's a tree hugger. There were people, even people who are still team free Kohberger, okay? The pro burgers, as some people are saying now, all right? Maybe not so much anymore. I'm sure all of those people are gone because, let's be real, he did this, okay? But outside of that, we're going to keep it, we're going to try to keep it down to a 5 instead of a 10, okay? They were basically saying that they totally understood that he would turn off his phone at that time. Don't you? Don't you when you want to be a part of nature? I'm going to be honest. No, I don't. Not when it's conveniently happening at the same time of somebody else's, at 4 other people's unalivings. Okay. In the middle of the night or really, really early in the morning. Okay. Sun hasn't even come up yet. It's dark outside and you got, oh, I got to be a part of the moon and the stars. Stop. And then suddenly his phone gets turned on miraculously right around the time that he's getting closer to his own apartment. It only turns on when it's convenient to him. But then also at the same time, he goes back home. He puts on one of his best silk, I don't know, satin. I don't know what kind of material it was. Okay. Polyester, white button-up shirt, and takes a selfie. A couple hours after this whole thing went down. Why? Why would you do that? Why? The same time, few hours after these murders happen, he's taking a photo like this. Why? He had plenty of time to get rid of the weapon. He had plenty of time to get rid of the clothing he was wearing, which was basically one big overall type of coverall type of thing, like Michael Myers type stuff. Okay. One big old jumper, if you will. All right. He has all this time to do all that. Then he gets back home. He showers. He puts on his Sunday best and takes a selfie. Like I said, why? Yeah, I know, Brittany. I think we all can agree on that. I think we all got that memo. But yeah, I got it. He's a psychopath. That's why. I get it. Absolutely. Absolutely, Brittany. Absolutely. We agree. Psychopath. Okay? We all agree on that. But still, he still did all those things and he still had the audacity to say, no, I turned off my phone because I wanted to be a part of the moon and the stars. He had no alibi, okay? Because he's ugly. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got no alibi, you ugly. You know what I'm saying? It's because he was ugly. Not only because he's ugly on the outside, he's ugly on the inside for what he did. And instead of actually just taking the rap for it in the very beginning, he starts putting out all this BS saying, oh, no. I had to be a part of the moon and the stars. That's what he had to do in the middle of the doggone night. Okay? So let's continue on, okay? And if you feel me, hit that like button down below, please and thank you, okay? Hit the like button down below. Don't forget to do that. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. That would be dope as hell, of course. All right, if you're watching on all those platforms, follow, like, whatever the page asks you to do, please do that. Become a follower, become a liker, whatever they call it, okay? Or a subscriber. That'd be greatly appreciated. And of course, if we can get it on YouTube, okay, can we get to, let's see where we're at. Can we get to like 800 likes? I know not everybody's in here yet, but if we can start marching that like button up towards 800 likes, that would be dope as hell. Let's move on though. Online purchases. Yes, the online purchases are absolutely suspect and absolutely pointed the finger at Kohberger as the guy who did this. Kohberger reportedly, purchased a knife in a sheath similar to those involved in the case online. So he went to Amazon and found a K-bar knife with a knife sheath, used it, accidentally left the knife sheath behind that had his touch DNA on it. He got rid of the K-bar knife. No one knows where that is, at least that we know of. Okay. We do that. We see what's going on here, right? He does what he does, takes the selfie. And what's even more insane, and of course, this is me just jumping ahead a little bit, but he literally went back home to Pennsylvania, to his parents' home, was looking things up on Amazon again to purchase another K-bar knife. Now, some people will look at this and go, was he buying it to cover his tracks so that he had it, and just in case, you basically say, hey, I have the knife right here. It never left me. It's been sitting on my desk the entire time. Or was he using this because he wanted to do this again? I think he wanted to do this again, guys. That's what I truly think. So plea agreement and sentencing. Of course, he gets arrested. They descend upon his home. Literally, they descend upon his home, arresting him. They find him wearing surgical gloves. He is throwing his trash away in Ziploc bags, or like in bags, okay? He's not even throwing the trash in the trash. He's putting it in bags and then throwing them in the trash, okay? He is seen and followed throughout the time that he's at home, vigorously scrubbing down his whole entire car, bleaching and doing everything he can to his car, going shopping at the supermarket, etc., wearing surgical gloves. He's wearing surgical gloves as he's cleaning his car as well. It does not look normal at all. Let's not forget that, all right? It does not look normal at all. It is very odd. As we said yesterday, with the magical word of the day, yesterday was weird. Today, we're going to use it a little bit here too. It's a little weird. It's a dead ass giveaway. It's not even suspect. It's a giveaway. You're driving a white Hyundai Elantra, 4-door. Let's not forget, at the time of the unalivings, of this tragedy, he still had Pennsylvania plates on his car, which means he didn't have a front plate on his car. Then he goes to the DMV, registers the car in the state of Washington. But what's interesting about that is that in the state of Washington, you need to have a front plate on the car, a front and back license plate on the car. That is a must. All right. But when the unalivings actually did happen, there was no front plate on the car. They scoured the campuses, the areas, and all that, and found that actual car before Kohberger put the front plate on the car. And they said, that's the car. Without question, that is definitely a car we need to keep an eye on. And then they started following this dude. Then he finally went to DMV, put a front plate on it, and suddenly now he's got a car with a front plate on. But they were able to do all this reverse math, and there were a few steps ahead of him before he started doing anything out of outlandish or crazy. Okay? Outlandish or crazy. So again, pretty insane stuff here. And these are just small little breadcrumbs that lead towards him guilty. Okay? They did not catch him at the scene of the crime or anything of that sort. The only person, 2 people now, that saw him is Dylan and a DoorDash driver. We're going to talk about that DoorDash driver here in a second. But Dylan said she saw an athletic man. Couldn't see his face really except for bushy eyebrows. And remember, we went to town. Everybody and their mama went to town on the Dylan situation. Okay? Everyone went to town. Frozen shock phase was a new phrase that was used on everybody's podcast. We talked about this ad nauseum. Frozen shock phase. You see a guy in the house. He's wearing something that's covering his entire face except for his eyes, and you see bushy eyebrows. You don't think for one moment that bad things are happening? You don't think for one moment maybe it's time to call 911? The timeline from when she saw BRYAN KOHBERGER to the time that she woke up the next morning and finding her friends all gone, and Bethany, let's not forget Bethany as well, the timeline was very odd, to the point where there were people speculating that maybe they had something to do with this whole thing. Maybe it was some Mean Girls thing or whatever, right? I say no. This man did what he did because he had a lust for blood. That is it. There was also theories and BS where people are saying that the whole house was a trap house. And this was totally related to party favors, to substances. And that this whole attack was because these kids probably owed people money. That obviously is not the case either. No, it's not a trap house. Sure, it was a party house. I'm sure they did all kinds of different types of party favors. But that doesn't mean that this was a drug-related attack. But that was also another theory that was out here that people were running with for a good minute there. But nonetheless, what Dylan Mortensen saw was indeed BRYAN KOHBERGER. That mother lover got some bushy ass eyebrows. Just saying. So pretty crazy stuff. And just so you guys know, the sentencing hearing starts in about 16 minutes from now. Okay? 16 minutes from now. Just so you guys know, 16 minutes from now. So 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, and that would be 8 a.m. Pacific, just so you guys know. All right? So let us continue. So he got caught. After him getting caught, he pleaded not guilty, and he came up with the BS excuse that he was out there. His alibi was out there because he wanted to see the moon and the stars. That's what he wanted to see, because he suddenly is a tree hugger. Didn't think he smelled like patchouli, but apparently he really is all about nature. So let's move on. He pleaded not guilty, and prosecutors sought the DP. All right. However, on July 2nd, 2025, this is the wildest thing. This threw everybody off. It just came out of nowhere, y'all. Okay. KOHBERGER entered a plea deal, pleading guilty to the 4 counts of first-degree M and 1 count of felony burglary. He just took it all. And of course, everybody's like, what? What? Why? How does this happen? How does this happen? You just said that you didn't do it. You try to throw other people under the bus saying, hey, so can't you see that there were other DNA in the room? There's other DNA in the house. Can't you use that? There are other people trying to throw out that type of case, right? Throwing out that theory that there could be other guys in there that could have done it and not him. When the judge said, you can miss me with that BS, sit your ass down. What happened? He said, I'll take that plea deal then. Yeah. What was that plea deal again? Yeah, I'm guilty. I did it. Come on now. In exchange for the plea, the death penalty is taken off the table. Kohberger will be sentenced for 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, plus 10 years for the burglary charge. Now, let me tell you something about this. The extra 10 years, it don't matter because he's dead. This is his funeral. We are watching his funeral in real time because he's already going to be spending 4 life sentences consecutively. Sure, but that's still 4 life sentences for the rest of his life. He's done. They didn't even need to throw the 10 years on there, but go ahead, throw it on there. He ain't gonna finish any of this because he gonna be gone. He gonna be done. It's gonna be a wrap. Okay, he's done. This is his funeral, y'all. This is his funeral. The sentencing hearing began on July 23rd. So, it will begin today, okay? And it's unclear if Kohberger will offer an explanation for his actions during the hearing, which obviously, if you saw my video earlier, Kohberger is being demanded, okay, by President Trump to tell why he did what he did. Real talk. Real talk. Trump got involved. I didn't even know that Trump was a true crime head. I didn't know that. I really didn't. But out of nowhere, Trump is like, yeah, you know, he needs to tell the truth. I demand answers. We all want to know why he did what he did. And I don't think he's going to be saying anything. Okay? I don't think he's going to be saying anything. Wait, what? S-dubs, is that true? Did you hear they're extending the do not contact the victims or families for 99 years too? What? That's not true. Here's the thing. Let me tell you this. That can't be true. You want to know why? Gonzalez family is all up in these interviews. Now, I get it. The other families have not been saying much really at all. But they all been doing interviews. Now, I understand Dylan and Bethany haven't done any interviews, and I doubt they ever will. They may do it like, this is the 25th anniversary of the passing of 4 University of Idaho students. You know what I mean? I have a feeling that it'll be an exclusive interview in 25 years, but I don't see them running towards Gail to have an interview with her. You see what I'm saying? A lot of those 2 girls want to live their lives. They just want to go and live their lives and not have to be reminded of this every single day. But them sitting there saying, don't contact anyone, don't contact the victims or the families for 99 years, I don't think that's true. Oh, okay, my bad. I'm like, what though? But that's weird. Why would he want? See, that's the thing though. And sorry for that. That I misread what you or misunderstood what you wrote. My bad, S-dubs. Okay, so do not contact. That's for Coco to never have contact, not the media. That's okay. If that's the case, that makes sense. That makes sense. But I'm like, the media been doing interviews with the Gonzalez family. They've been all up in these interviews, and I don't think they'll ever stop talking. And I don't blame them. I don't. I'd be like, keep talking your talk, keep cooking. But at the same time, now that makes you wonder: did Kohberger try to reach out to some of these girls over the past few years? Could that be possible? I mean, it's obviously possible. Phones work in miraculously amazing ways. But I'm just saying, could it be possible that he would reach out to the victims like that? And if that's the case, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hold on. We got 10 more minutes, allegedly. Allegedly. Okay. And yeah, people are filing in this mug because they cannot wait for this ish to go down. Okay. Hold on. Yes, nothing so far. But let me grab something here real quick. Let's see what this has to. What this? Oh, okay. Let's take a look at this. It's just a quick little trip down memory lane type of thizang, a timeline.
Still no details on a motive or where that murder weapon ended up, but the man who admitted to killing 4 students near the University of Idaho in 2022 is getting ready to spend the rest of his life in Idaho State Prison.
Like I said, this is his funeral. So soak it up. Okay. It's done. Okay. Let's see. She's right. Prosecutors requested no contact order for 99 years to bar him from talking to families. This motion was made public recently, and it seeks to extend the current no contact. Interesting. Thank you so much, infamous truth teller. And of course, okay. So these orders, previous orders, were set to expire January 5th of 2027. So they're trying to be like, we do not want any contact. We do not want him to try to reach out to us to do anything. We want nothing to do with this dude, which is crazy. Now, before I continue with this, I just realized I do have some super chats and members chats. So Fly Gal, thank you so much for the love for the last 15 months. I appreciate it. What can I say? You're amazing. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for your support. It really means a lot. Joshua, thank you so much. This isn't full justice. If they wanted to take the death penalty, take off the death penalty, they should have made Coco fully confess in detail, at minimum. You know, Joshua, I agree. I will say that. I agree. I feel that there should have been some sort of full confession. This is a bit weak sauce. This is justice, though. It's just not the justice that we all wanted. Think about that for a second, because he is saying that he did it. He's not denying that anymore. He's not fighting that anymore. It's a wrap on that, y'all. We should be very happy on the fact that he just confessed, saying that he did it, and that we don't have to sit there for 7 some odd weeks listening to his, BS from the defense and all that, right? Wasting taxpayer dollars and all that crap. All of that is gone now. It's a wrap. It's done. It's done, right? Yes, it does suck that they did not work out a better plea deal where he writes out at least a full-on description of why he did what he did, confessing to everything, so that these families could move on. They can get the closure that they rightfully deserve, and they get the justice that they rightfully deserve. Now, I know some people don't believe in the DP. Some people do believe in the DP. And I know that the Gonzalez family wanted to see him sweating bullets for the possibility of getting caught up and his life being taken by the DP. But that's not in the cards right now. That's not in the cards at all. And that's a tragic and sad thing, I'm sure, for the Gonzalez family. I don't doubt not one bit. But this is some semblance of justice. I do think that prosecution could have done better. I do believe that the state could have hit him harder, pushed harder, and said, no, it's this or this, and that's it. You get the DP, or you give us a full-on explanation and confession on why you did what you did. And maybe that's what's going to happen inside that courtroom today. Okay, maybe that's what's going to happen. But you got to remember, as soon as he's sentenced, gag order is released, and then we'll get all files. We'll get all kinds of information. All we got to do is fill out some FOIA, some FOIA paperwork, and hopefully we'll get everything. As soon as he gets sentenced, those things get released. Unless, and only unless, the judge decides to change his mind and he's not going to change his mind. He wants this out there as much as anybody else. Okay. But I get what you're feeling, Joshua. I do 110%. I really do. Yeah, I think that their plea deal wasn't that good of a deal, but it is still what they got. And like I said, we're watching his funeral. Rich, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Epstein's buddy has some nerve to ask for questions. Yeah, you know, let me just be real. I think he's clearly okay. You know, we've been talking about Trump and Epstein and the Epstein situation, and of course, you know, I'm talking on the side of the victims. That's just my perspective, and that whole situation is sus as hell. Okay, just to be completely real, it is such sus as hell. All right, I just think that he's trying to get into anything he can that's going to throw the people off from what they're really sinking their teeth into his booty for. Okay, like literally, you got the rabid dog latched on to the mailman's booty meat right now, and the mailman is Trump right now, and we are the rabid dog, and we're not letting go. But he's like, hey, but look, I'm throwing a steak. You know what I mean? Here's a treat over here, you know? Here's another mailman. Go get him, you know? He's got a bigger booty than me. Look at him. He's got so much booty meat, right? And we're still going, nah, bro. We're still holding on. Tell us what's going on. Where's the list? But he keeps on going everywhere and trying to clean Coca-Cola, which makes no sense. You know what I mean? Rosie O'Donnell, Obama, you know? Hey, guys, look over here, over here. Kohlberger. He's trying to do everything he can right now to throw us off. And we're going, nah, bruh. We're right here. Right up, all up in that ass. And I think that's why he was suddenly going, oh, I'm going to put in my 2 cents about the Kohlberger case. I didn't know he's a true crime junkie, but if that's the case, then I guess that's the case. But still, when it's like we want transparent, he's saying, even with Trump sitting here getting involved in this situation and the Kohlberger thing, I'm like, you say you want transparency from Kohlberger, at the same time, how ironic, because the American people, actually the whole world, wants transparency from you in your administration. So why are you focusing on this when you should be focusing on what is latched onto your ass right now? And it's that Epstein files and that list that you say suddenly doesn't exist. It's just funny. You know what I'm saying? Him of all people does not have any place to say anything about this Kohlberger case until the Epstein files are out. Real talk. He has no place in this conversation until those Epstein files are out. But yes, he is deflecting like a mother lover, okay? Trying to find everything he can to get people off his own ass. Rich, thank you so much. I got cheap eggs to see you. You like eggs? Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing. You know what I mean? Tomatoes, too. Just tomatoes. Okay? Real talk. Infamous truth teller, thank you so much for the love. In my opinion, at least it won't be like what Stearns did. Well, here's the thing. If Bryan Kohlberger gets a chance to speak, all I can say is I just hope he doesn't get the last word. Not like Stearns. And I don't see him talking like that. I see him going, I'm sorry for what I did. May God have mercy on my soul. Something like that. And just be done with it. Stearns, with what Stearns said, was very much like Stearns. Stephen Stearns, pig vomit. Okay? What pig vomit said and how he said it sounded exactly like how he would say it. Even though just made my stomach turn, and it angered the hell out of me. It sounded exactly verbatim how he would. It was very, very note for note. It was very pig vomity. Okay, very much pig vomity. But for BRYAN KOHBERGER, he doesn't seem like the type who's going to sit there and go, they were bright lights and they brought so much joy. No, I see him being like, sorry for what I did. It was wrong. May God have mercy on my soul. That's what I feel like he would say. Okay? Okay? You were trying to forget infamous what pig vomit said? No, that will forever stay burned in my brain. That was ridiculous. Mrs. and Mr. Steelers, thank you so much for being a member for 38 months. Wow. Thank you. It's going to be a long day, a very emotional day. Thanks for covering this. Of course, that's why we're here, to talk about all this stuff and see this piece of rotten, just see him go down. He's going down. Okay, but hold on. We're not going to do this recap right now because they're going to be going into it here very, very soon. And I already did the recap for you guys. All right. I might play that a little bit later, but there is an interview that Kaylee Gonzalez's sister did with Brian Enton. Of course, shout out to the fantastic Brian Enton. He's got a YouTube channel, by the way, guys. So we're going to be looking at that here shortly. Okay. Or after this sentencing. Then also about 45 minutes after this sentencing, the prosecution and those that were leading this whole thing, they're going to be doing a press conference about 45 minutes after the sentencing. So we're here for a little bit. We're not here for a long time, but we're here for this. Okay. So again, do me a favor as we wait, because it hasn't started yet. Okay. Hasn't started yet. But I ask you guys, and of course, shout out to Court TV for the fantastic feed. Okay. And I know everybody and their mama's watching this right now. So please do me a favor. Again, like I said, hit that like button down below. Crush it. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on those other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, and Kick, please make sure you are following those pages. Of course, do not forget to hit that subscribe button here. Go to my other two channels, The Pascal Show Clips, and of course, Pascal Raw. Subscribe over there. That'd be greatly, greatly appreciated. Okay. But as you know, of course, we're still waiting for this. Okay. As we're still waiting for this information. All right. We are waiting. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Okay. Guys, give me like 2 minutes. Okay. Give me 2 minutes. And I will be right back, okay? We're still waiting for this. This feed will be up. I'm not leaving yet. I'm just going and taking care of something really quick, and I'll be right back.
Kind of Idaho come to order. The Honorable Judge Pickler presiding.
Be seated. Thank you.
We need about 5 minutes.
Need 5 minutes?
All right, I'm back, guys. I am back. 1 second, y'all. Oh, that's crazy. So hold on, I'm checking something out here, guys. Okay. Let's see here. Hold on. I'm actually going to see if there's any other feeds here, just to see if there's other things going on. Okay. But yeah, guys, this is let's see. It's live. I don't see it. I don't see it. Because right now, hold on. Yeah, I don't see it. It hasn't started yet, at least not from.
Are we ready?
Ah, there it is.
All right, thank you.
Okay, there it is. Boom. There it is. Here we go.
All right, this is CR 0124316665, State of Idaho versus BRYAN KOHBERGER. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoth, Ms. Barlow. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, Mr. Hurwitz, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen. This is the time set for sentencing in this case. The defendant previously entered a plea of guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. In exchange, the parties stipulated to recommend a sentence consisting of, on burglary, 10 years fixed, on each of the 4 counts of first-degree murder, life fixed. The parties waived pre-sentence investigation. To my understanding, neither party submitted a sentencing memorandum or other materials for the court. Court is familiar with the file and the evidence submitted previously by the parties as it has reviewed them throughout the case and in anticipation of trial. Is there any legal cause why sentence should not be imposed at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Does the state, before impact statements and arguments, wish to present evidence today?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to present evidence in a documentary sense. We have provided the court through the clerk with photographs that we would like to use during the course of our sentencing argument.
Sure. All right.
Thank you.
But no testimony other than impact statements?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So with that, let's start with then impact statements.
Ms. Jennings will be
Okay.
introducing the
And my understanding, just so I'm clear, I indicated through the trial court administrator that we need to see if any of the victims wish to have the camera not running and audio only. And my understanding is all of them indicated they are fine with the video. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, very well. Go ahead, Ms. Jennings.
Your Honor, the first, and we're taking these in the order, victim impact statements in the order that the charges were listed in the indictment. The first charge being burglary. So we will have Bethany Funka's statement, and she has asked that her friend Emilia Lott read that statement.
All right, any objection?
Oh, wow.
Very well.
So Bethany's doing a statement, impact statement, but it's just going to be her friend. It's not Bethany.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's crazy.
I'll be speaking on behalf of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funk, and I was roommates with Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I not only lost some of my best friends, but I also lost a sister. Never in a million years would I have thought that something like this would have happened to my closest friends. I thought that we were going to wake up and go upstairs, see them and tell them how they had scared us and that they were going to tease us about how we were constantly scaredy cats. And make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened and what turned out to be my worst nightmare. When I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache. So I called my dad, who is a dentist, and he asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep. I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away, even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door. I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened. And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words. And from then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory. That was the worst day of my life. And I know it always will be.
Look at that smug looking ass face.
While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving, numb, and unsure of what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship. Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at our house. They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse. And I was still here when their kid, their siblings and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night
I don't blame her.
before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed, but one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here, and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I will cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now, I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party. We were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party. But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when she laid on the couch, when we laid on the couch together all day watching movies and snacking. Or when she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa. She would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile. And she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks. And she always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believe that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone, and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House. When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are and not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind. And they will be in our hearts forever and always.
Thank you. And please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she heals.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Ms. Mortensen and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure.
Yo, Dylan speaking. She's here. That is some wild stuff.
Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Oh, he's like, block him. I don't want to even see him. Wow. Wow. I don't blame her. I guess, wow, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, 4 beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried it into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them, to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Jill, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
That took some balls. That seriously took some balls. That's what's up, though.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogan family. First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogan's stepfather.
Okay, the Mogan family up next. It's going to be a lot of statements today, guys. Just get ready for it. Hit the like button down below, please, and thank you. Don't forget to subscribe. Follow. Do all
Standing by
those.
home is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogan's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. The experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family. Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart." which of course melted ours. She had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional, entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey. As she transitioned into womanhood, Karen and I continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we had created. All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream, all we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt disbelief. Next, we felt disorientation. Then we felt grief overcome us. Our grief is compounded even more for the Goncalves, Kernodle, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing, and we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal. Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie and A was perfect helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, how am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world? I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. She has so many close friends who suffer from her loss. We will continue to be her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie. We will endure, and we will go on. For Maddie, we will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Santa, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and his sentence. As for his sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your courage, and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless.
Your Honor.
Judge is getting emotional. The judge is getting emotional. Crazy, 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 crazy. Who next?
Your Honor, this is Leander James. He's the attorney for the Mogan family and victim advocate.
Oh,
He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
the mom.
May it
Okay.
please the court, counsel. My name is Leander James. I'm the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read this statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, BRYAN KOHBERGER, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in His presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams. Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done. However, we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor will we ask for mercy for what he has done. His acts are too heinous, The agony and grief he has caused too great. But we will waste no further words or thoughts on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement. And I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Larme. Appreciate it.
Next is Ben Mogan, the father of Maddie Mogan.
Yes, of course.
Actually, Your Honor, it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogan.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogan's paternal grandmother, as Ben Mogan, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogan, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt. We want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about 1.5 years old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured, I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became deedle-deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7, and I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were 1 day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it, and I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got an angel wing tattoo, never thought I'd see the day, but along with many members of our family, replicating the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together. And she went home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, we Mogans were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big extended cooperative family. And I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogan side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, the foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating. Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief, of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son, Ben, his 2 sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance, requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben. No one should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only 2 blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock, and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogans are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my 2 daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
That was lovely.
Now it's Ben Mogan, Maddie Mogan's father.
Okay, here comes the dad.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Maddie's dad. And First, I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody. Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She's the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and know each other, and I took for granted the times she was in college, and I thought, oh well, we'll have the rest of our lives to just do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she deserved every bit of that. And but I thought that that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Scotty and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and your friend, or if we want to go together, we'll make it happen. And my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and they, on the last day before the show, they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends, and me to go and see the show, and that was her favorite artist at the time, was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too, and my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too, tragically. And anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just going to read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene, 624 to 74. Hopefully we can find a time then. I love your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore, and knowing that she was out there and that she was just such a beautiful person. Kept me alive a lot of rough moments, and I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw watershed together, and yeah, they had a heck of a time. I'm glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. She never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy. And I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. I just miss her so much, and I just love her more than anything. And it shouldn't happen. And a death sentence is one thing. When it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, and winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Thank you so much.
Coco's trash, y'all. Coco is absolute
Your Honor,
trash.
next would be members from the Kaylee Gonsalves family.
I was waiting for the heat.
First will be her father, Steve Gonsalves.
Here we go. Here comes the heat. For a fact he going. Ooh. The guards better keep an eye on him. Oh, I knew he was going to do something. This is directly to him. Oh, here we go.
Today, we are here to finish what you started.
Damn. Here we go.
Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today, you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told him, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes, they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree. You're a joke. Complete joke.
I love this man. I love this man.
But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there. We shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country. And eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you.
Keep going.
You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started.
Woo! Come on.
From this moment,
Come on, preach, baby.
From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing. One last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to Penn. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
You know what he just did? He did the
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonzalez, Kaylee's brother.
I will say it later. I will explain, but it was brilliant. That was brilliant.
Stephen's actually going to pass. I'm going to go. Okay. Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
That was freaking brilliant. That was brilliant.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I'm the big sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogan as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief. I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. if I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power.
Man, come on.
And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are: sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card?
Oh, good God.
How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you?
Oh, please, yes.
What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee?
Yeah,
What were Kaylee's last words?
yeah.
Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022.
Damn, the Gonzalez
Which do
family.
you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months?
Oh my God.
If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty.
Jesus Christ.
You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so.
Oh my God.
All of that effort just to seem important.
Who is this
It's
girl?
desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it.
Let's go.
Wannabe.
Oh.
You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic.
Oh my God.
You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is,
Oh my God.
the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my God. I'm sorry. People are clapping. People are clapping in the courtroom. Oh my God. Who is the Gonzalez family? Oh my God, that was brilliant. They're not even done yet? Oh my God. Please tell me they're not done.
Next is Christy Gonzalez.
Let's
Kaylee
go.
Gonzalez's mother.
Let's go. That was the best. I thought Stevens was dope, but my God, that was the best impact statement I've ever heard in my whole entire life. Oh my God. That was insane. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Let's go, Gonzalez family. Let's go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Holy cow, man.
I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize this isn't about you. It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee Jade Gonzalez, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream louder than words ever could. I am forever changed. But for you, as a person working on a PhD in criminal justice, you really didn't think this one through. You're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction. All because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you, I'm confident that the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one.
Yeah.
You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system.
Oh, God.
You've simply entered a new one where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end.
Oh, my God.
You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho.
No kidding.
Where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you.
Oh.
Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Yes! 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 Oh my God! Where have they been all my life? Oh my God! I want to cry.
Do you have
It's
more
so
from the
good.
Gonzalez family, or are you?
Yes.
Are they done?
Next would be Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Gonzalez's grandmothers.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Morning, Your Honor. Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Gonzalez family. I actually have 3 statements, one from her aunt and 2 from her grandparents.
Woo! Oh my God, I'm sweating. I'm sweating,
This is
guys.
from her aunt, Tammy Butts.
Oh my God, Big D.
You in the cloak of darkness made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You in the cloak of darkness took our Kaylee J. Gonzalez away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you.
Oh my God.
Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You in the cloak of darkness took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You in the cloak of darkness gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence. You in the cloak of darkness also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have two other statements, Your Honor.
Man, this is brilliant.
This is Linda Lucan's statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother. I really don't know how to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future, who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up.
I approve that message too. Big D's in prison. He used to be a rapper?
One last
sorry.
statement, Your Honor.
Oh, dear God. He used to be a rapper.
This is from Cheryl Gonzalez, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not. Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. And so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, you walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness. But you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. Cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bars. Is that all the Gonzalez, or is there more?
Right.
Oh my God.
Are you moving to a different family now?
He's
Why
like
don't we take a 10-minute recess? All right.
He said we need to take a break. Hold up. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Holy, I want to curse so bad. Oh, good God. I want to curse so bad right now. Okay. First off, that was beautifully choreographed. Okay, the Gonzalez thing. But of course, we'll get to the Gonzalez thing in a second. We're going to get to that in a second, okay? We got to talk about everybody else, okay? Because if that's all that is for all there is for the Gonzalez family, now we've gone through half of the victim statements, okay? Because of course, other families are going to be speaking for, of course, Ethan and Xana as well, okay? Just so you guys know. But that was something. I have never seen any type of impact statements, victim impact statements like that ever in my life. A lot of it is what we heard in the beginning with the, Maddie Mogan's family speaking and all that, like her family members, which was really heart-wrenching and heartwarming as well, and endearing as well. Talking about their bittersweet moments with Maddie when she was growing up and all that. And then hearing the father speak as well was really hard to hear as well. I mean, seriously, those things were really tough. You could tell her dad was struggling to just go through even the things that he wrote down. And I don't blame him. Okay. And that was intense. But then I knew, okay, the Gonzalez family. Then the Gonzalez family go up. Okay. And I gotta be real. I knew it was going to be lightning. I knew it was going to be absolute fire with Steve Gonzalez, the father of Kaylee. I knew that was going to be heat. But I didn't expect after him at all. I figured it would kind of reset and go back to kind of the heartwarming, very sad stuff. We're going to talk about these things here first, okay? So one thing I knew that was definitely in Steve's character was that he was going to pull the podium and make sure he was straight ahead. He's like, I'm not hiding from this dude. I'm not scared of this guy, right? This man is nothing to me. He's not even a man, okay? He ain't nothing but a piece of garbage on the side of the road to me. So I figured when he moved the podium, I was like, yep, that's very him. Let's go, right? And then he went in, right? That was insane. What he said was very much like, yes, I figured that. And it was fire. Beautifully said. His was short and sweet. But I feel like maybe they knew that they were their daughter. Her name is Olivia, if I'm correct. Is it Olivia Gonzalez? The older sister. She comes in. And that's the one thing. Yeah, I want to make sure that I point something out, because I was going to say it earlier, but there wasn't enough time, because as soon as he got done, I was like, damn, yeah, man, let's go. And then Olivia came up. So let me just say one thing for sure. He was breaking him down. He's, of course, trying to destroy his ego. He's psychologically trying to belittle this man, because clearly all of these serial killers that we know about, all of these serial monsters that we cover and talk about, etc., all they want is notoriety. All they want is to be known for doing that disgusting, terrible thing. They want us to continue speaking their name as if they are indeed the full embodiment, living and breathing entity of the boogeyman. That's literally all they want. They want to scare all of us, and they want that name out there, right? But what did he do? He walked in and he knocked him 15,000 pegs, right? He knocked him down all the pegs. He's like, you ain't nothing, you ain't nothing, you ain't nothing. Oh, by the way, you ain't nothing. I ain't scared of you. I'm going to keep talking to you like you ain't nothing, because you ain't nothing. Did I tell you you ain't nothing? He just kept on knocking him down peg by peg. But what's weird is this looked like this was beautifully choreographed by the Gonzalez family, because it almost seems like Steve had much more to say, I'm sure. But he said, you know what, honey? Olivia, finish it. So then Olivia goes up there, and oh my God, I have never heard, what we heard from Steve was good. And it was brilliant. I was like, yo, that was brilliant. Keep going. And then they did. She literally did a live roast of BRYAN KOHBERGER. Do you understand what they just did? It was almost like we were watching it on Comedy Central. Okay? This girl went all the way in, all up in his ass. Okay? And then lit the fuse and let that thing explode. Okay? Oh my God. Now there's certain things, there's questions I have. Did he really try to become a rapper? Did he really try? Did he really do that? Because that was a new one for me. That one was a new one for me. I didn't know he tried to be a rapper. So that was that took me out. If you didn't see that literally took me the completely out. That took my soul left my body for a second. I was like, wow. But at the same time, my God, for all of us that are watching, for all of us that have been covering this case, for all of us that have been wanting to get justice for these four, my God, does that feel good, what we just heard. What we just witnessed, I wish there were more like this. And maybe there will be, okay? But whatever she wrote, there was so much that she wrote, I have to relive it again. You know what I'm saying? Because it was so chef's kiss, brilliantly written and very well executed. And I love the fact that they did not care. Okay? They did not care about his fee-fees. They said, F your feelings. We are going to go in. So while she's roasting him, rightfully so, I wish more victims' families, etc., when they do their impact statements, were able to do stuff like that. A lot of times it is you took our child, and rightfully so, it should be like that too. But I've never seen anything like that before in my life. And the Gonzalez parents, they definitely raised some strong people, okay? They don't play. And I've always told you guys that I love the Gonzalez family. I've always said that. They do not mess around. And I loved seeing every moment of that moment. That was dope as hell. That was absolutely dope as hell. Somebody I saw it in the corner of my eye saying to look up Brian Enton's X account. So I'm going to do that really quick. Okay. Dear God, that was. But then it's like I wanted to start crying because I felt so much. I felt for them. Like I wanted that so badly. You know what I mean? Excuse me. Because I felt that so much. And we've been waiting for years to hear the family say something aside from, what they're allowed to say, right? It just felt, it was so cathartic, I mean, obviously it wasn't, I'm sure for them, it's not enough, obviously. But dear God, we will probably do a recap a little bit later, okay? But then the other thing is too, the other thing too, hold on, I'm just, wow. That was insane. One part though, because she did say something that was interesting about if it wasn't for the knife sheath and what was and Kaylee, that's what Olivia said. If it wasn't for the knife sheath, like the DNA on the knife sheath and Kaylee, like you try to do this, but because like you try to get away with it, but because of these two things, they got your ass. And when I looked at that, I was like, holy cow, that is insane. Because we never heard anything about anything found on Kaylee. Not, excuse me, guys. Not, at least not what has been put out here yet, right? And then, yes, the Amazon gift card part, dude, like I said, she just took me all the way out when she said all that. Did you really think that by using an Amazon gift card, you wouldn't get caught? Like there was just certain things that she said, like, you are so dumb. Let me break down how dumb you are, right? You think you're so fire because you did this thing, but you didn't. You screwed up. You failed. You failed, just so you know, right? Like I said, brilliant. Let's go and check out this, okay? And don't worry, I will probably go back to that again and do a breakdown on that in a little bit. But of course, we need to get through all the other impact statements, of course. And I think that's very important, okay? Yes, that's the other thing I heard, Anina. The father shares how much Kaylee thought her nose thought her nose was broke. Someone shared that with him. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot, but I'm still wanting to know more, right? And I know Steve said something of that sort, like apparently, like maybe that they had gags or something like that on their mouths or something like that. They said something of that sort too, which is insane. But we'll get into that in a little bit, okay? Because we got 45 minutes after his sentencing before they even do before they do statements outside, before they do a press conference with the prosecution and et cetera. So we got 45 minutes of that to wait for. Approximately, they said approximately 45 minutes before they actually do their press conference. So we got a little bit of time. So excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry, I got like phlegm going on here. Okay. And yeah, and we understand what you were saying. You good. So let's take a look at this, okay? Because we only have like a few minutes here. But this is Brian Enton doing live tweets from inside the courtroom, which obviously we're seeing it live, okay? But of course, today you have no name, BK, that's all you are. That's from Steve Gonzalez. Continuing with what he said here, within minutes, police had your DNA. Within minutes, they had BRYAN KOHBERGER's DNA. Hence the reason why when everyone sits there and goes, oh no, all the pro burgers that were running around saying, oh no, it's a green Hyundai, like stupid stuff like that, right? Just ridiculous theories that had nothing. The police had the information. They had their man, period. You are that careless, that stupid, a master's degree. You are a joke, he said. So Olivia Gonzalez said, they were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, and to silence. She continues, disappointments like you thrive on pain. I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you for what you are. Sociopath, psychopath, murderer. Now, I want you guys to remember, there was a moment when they said, a time when they were trying to stop the families or the trial from ever using the words like sociopath, psychopath. They didn't want them. They wanted to strike those words from the trial. Now that the trial is not happening and that he took over, okay? Or that he took over by saying that he did it, now she could use those words. Like sociopath, psychopath, murderer. So she's going to use those words, and that's exactly what she said, right? How is your life before you unalive my sisters? Why do you choose my sisters? How does it feel? The only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer was a rapper. Let me repeat that again. How does it feel? The only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer was a rapper. That took me the F out. Right there, I was done. I was like, I love this woman. She needs to write a book right now as soon as possible. Okay? Because I would read the book. Did you, or do stand up? Something. Dear Lord. Did you pull your eyebrows out? Did you pull your eyebrows out? Where's the murder weapon? Which is obviously a very important question right there. I'm sorry, we gotta, can I just hover around that? Because that literally took me out. Okay? Of course, the questions were like, how was your life before you killed my sisters? Why did you do this? Why did you choose my sisters? How does it feel? The only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer was a rapper. Did you pull your eyebrows out? I'm sorry. And where is the murder weapon? I think we all want to know that too. His eyebrows are so bushy that he literally had to pull his eyebrows. Sorry. Oh my God, this woman's amazing. Anyway, if you were really smart, do you think you would be here right now? What is it like needing this much attention to feel real? You are not profound. You are pathetic. You are not special or deep. not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted. No one is scared of you or thinks you are important. If you hadn't attacked them in the middle of the night like an effing P word, Kaylee would have kicked your effing ass. That's how she ended her impact statement, man. I truly believe this thing was beautifully choreographed. I think Steve said, let me start. Let me just go in there and get them warmed up, just so they know exactly what's about to transpire, what's about to drop, right? And then he was like, okay, Olivia, or it was supposed to be Steven, like Steve Jr. It was supposed to be the son first, right? It was supposed to be the son first. Well, they're not back yet. It was supposed to be the son first. And the son opted out. And I'm sure he was just so distraught. And also, Olivia's statement was strong as hell. Like I said, that was freaking phenomenal. And then the mom came in and she finished it out. Now, I know the lawyer came in and did his piece and all that too, which is fine. But I'm just saying, like it moved back in. Like it was beautifully choreographed. That's all I'm trying to say. Unfreaking believable. Unbelievable. Let's go.
All right, Ms. Jennings.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next family is the family of Xana Kernodle. And first would be Jasmine Kernodle, Xana's sister.
Kernodle family.
Just want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this and just for all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this. I also want to thank everyone.
Can you turn the mic on?
For the support and just my family and friends who've been around through this time. I went back and forth on whether to speak today because the truth is you don't deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me.
Thank you. In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, a piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to Him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding.
the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, you know, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, you know, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here in the plane and about halfway through the flight, this little girl calling out for her dad, hey, dad. And then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, you know, back when she was little, 5 years old. And those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction, compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me. And the impact was when she was gone, I realized how important she was and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, you know? That's the things that I miss most is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? You know, whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I can meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family, but the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, you know, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, you know, countless people told me that they might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. You know, could have been their friend, could hung out, and it's like this is a blessing, you know. This is the little kid was, and definitely was a big blessing in my life, and so is Jasmine, and basically, you know, we worked hard to do the things we did, you know, through the times they were growing up. And through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me. Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out. And this all just came back to me when I was there and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for. And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And we, I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, I've been countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far because a lot of kids, in the colleges, just for an example, they locked their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what happened to these kids did, all I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30, and I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there in that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance, and I regret that, and I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Susanna said, "Don't be drinking and driving. Got the rental car. Don't be drinking and driving." The week before that, so she was she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, because they would have had a chance, all 4 of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're going to go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. If I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Santa, her influence, her smile, the things that she did, and we have the memories left, the great memories, and she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, and that's what we're going to do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
Next, Kim Kernodle would like to address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Kernodle. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look, because Santa was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, you know, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Brian, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay?
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, he got one forgiveness.
My name is Stratton Knodel, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother.
That is a mullet.
Sitting here today listening to all the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else was talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Brian and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a mullet, man.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened. And I am grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together. Let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know, just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here. So,
I mean,
you know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude.
I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you just so I can teach you about loss and pain.
No doubt.
I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. Ooh. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
I mean, you know, Olivia.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
Okay. Xana's mother's coming up. I'm just telling you right now, I mean, you know, the boundaries, they've already stressed the boundaries because Olivia already dropped the F-bomb. So I'm sure there's a lot they can say. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to find out. And hopefully, you know, I know Xana's mom has been finding
I'm
sobriety.
Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really. But it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it looks like he drew a black heart right there. I'm wondering what's written on there. I really want to know, because that's
I
crazy
don't believe
too.
the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay. Wait a second. The Chapin family is not
Right. Stay can argue.
Wow. The Chapin family's not doing any impact statements? What? Ethan's family's not doing any freaking statements? That's weird, right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What? What?
Just as a
Wow.
housekeeping matter to start,
Okay.
there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whew. That's crazy that they're not there, but it is what it is. I mean, if they
I
don't
think
want
it's
to.
necessary and
understand.
appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week, after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed, the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all of the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of the trial after so many years was paramount. So the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count one, the felony burglary, the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count two, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogen. On count three, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count four, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernhodel. On count five, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example.
but this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence. And barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today. And he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I mean, the question I have for Coco is, do you like dick? Because you're going to get a lot of it in
All right,
prison.
does defense have evidence to present today?
I said it. They got nothing to say. Stick your ass down.
Defense wish to make argument today. All right, Mr. Kohlberger, you
Nothing
have
to
an
say.
opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Go.
Not going to say anything. Hope you like dick.
Please. All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones. And I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It's been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people.
Faceless coward.
And senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role.
Mm.
They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these four young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry the same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why. But upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth?
Good point.
Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called self-serving and aggrandizing untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold.
Facts.
Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I suspect it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits.
It's going to happen no matter
Well,
what.
criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses. There should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him.
He gone, baby. He gone.
His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused.
Zero.
And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society.
Let's go. You gone, baby.
And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows.
Let's go.
On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000.
50.
Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
Bye, bitch.
A fine of $50,000 and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim.
50,000.
On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility and execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies.
Sounds about right.
Though you've waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal. And any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment. which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire.
It's over $250,000, guys. By the
I
way.
ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength. And God bless you. We're adjourned.
Wait. No, you don't cut it out like that. I wanted to see him go. Hold up. If I have to run it backwards, I will. We want to see him gone. Hold up. You don't cut the feed like that. Oh, they cut the
Count
feed
2,
like that.
first-degree murder of
They
Madison
cut the
Mogan.
feed like that. Even long crime, same thing.
And a civil penalty of $5,000
Wow.
payable to the victim of the family. And a civil on count of life and a civil sentence and comply with the evidence, though you first before they said God.
Yeah. What? Oh, that is some. Oh. Come on. I wanted to see him go. You know what I mean? I wanted to see him go bye-bye. But that's fine. It is what it is. Okay. So if I got the math correctly, he's going to have to pay. Not only is he doing 4 life sentences plus 10, and he's doing this consecutively, it doesn't matter. He gone for life. Okay. I'm going to try to see. Yeah. New York Grasshopper. I'm going to do my best to see if there's going to be like a perp walk or something like that, because I'm sure there's got to be something, right? And let me mute this really quick before they start doing some, because they did outside feeds. So Long Crime had some outside feeds, okay, earlier in the day, as you can see right here. A lot of people are standing in line waiting to see this, of course. I'm sure there's a lot of true crime podcasters, YouTubers, etc., in the area as well, waiting for their moment to see this moment in history. So I'm going to keep an eye on this for a second, okay? And of course, shout out to Court TV, and of course, shout out to Law and Crime for providing these live feeds and all that. And I'm sure they're going to be doing some sort of after sentencing show here in just a little bit with somebody like Jesse Weber or something. But anyway, or maybe Anjanette Levy, because I know Anjanette Levy is there. Anjanette Levy is out there as well, covering this as well. So I'm very interested to see what's going to happen with that. So, of course, we'll see. See, they have some outside stuff going on. Okay. And we're going to get into this. Okay. I'm going to play this here in a little bit. Okay. But nonetheless, if I got the math correctly, we ain't friends. Okay. But BK is looking at, Coco is looking at well over $250,000. He's going to have to pay each family $50,000 plus $5,000. So $55,000, okay, per family, okay? Then on top of it, he has to pay $50,000 for the burglary stuff as well. So I'm rounding down, okay? But it'll be well over $250,000 that he has to pay to the victims' families and all that. So this is very, 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 very interesting, okay? Let me see something really quick before we go over to Law and Crime. I just want to see if the News Nation is cover. They of course are covering this live thing, but yeah, they're not showing anything as of yet. So let's go back to Law and Crime real quick. Okay, this is very interesting. And I'm going to take this moment to go and use the restroom really quick, and I'll be right back. Okay, just hold tight. They're doing some coverage over what's going on here. He is in here for life, and I'm going to get into all of this to the super chats and all that. And real quick, I'm going to answer this one really quick. But how does he come up with the money? Thanks for the awesome coverage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, S-Dubs. And yeah, guys, don't forget to hit that like button down below. Okay, but real quick, I have no idea. I don't know where he's going to get the money unless he works out. This would be freaking crazy if he did this, but there may be a situation where he works out a deal with somebody to work on a book or work on do something for a documentary, do an exclusive, and pay off what he owes by doing that. But it's still disgusting. You see what I'm saying? It's still very disgusting. Okay? That's very disgusting if he actually uses that money or, uses this as an opportunity to stack up on some bread. But if he does do it, I would hope that he use that money to pay the victims, right? To pay for what he's done. If that's the case, I don't want to hear from him ever again. I want him to go to prison and rot. That's what I want to see. But for a fact, everybody wants to have that exclusive interview, like, from the mind of a serial killer, stuff like that, right? Everybody wants to have that exclusive, right? Didn't Lori Daybell, Valo Daybell do an exclusive as well? She did an exclusive right after she was found guilty and all that. Like within weeks, she did an exclusive with somebody. I don't know if they paid her for the interview, but the interview did happen nonetheless. So it is something to think about. This is some crazy stuff. I'm going to shoot it over to Long Crime for just a minute. Got to use the restroom, but I'll be right back and we'll discuss even more. And then, of course, we are still waiting for, there is a press conference that's supposed to be happening. They say approximately around 45 minutes after after his sentencing was made, they're supposed to be doing a press conference outside of the courthouse to hear from prosecution and anybody else, I guess, that wants to make a public statement outside. Don't worry. I'm going to be right back. There's a lot to cover. There's a lot to talk about. Let me play this with Long Crime, talking about Coco living the rest of his natural life behind bars. And rightfully so. And there's a few recaps that I want to do with you guys before, of course, the before this press conference. So sit tight. I'll be right back. See you guys in just a minute.
Countertop. It's so without life. And those people demonstrating their grief there in the face of this guy who now has been deemed truly a monster. And can I say there's one thing about this case that really stands out to me. A lot of people talk about Ted Bundy and over the years, and they've drawn comparisons between him and Ted Bundy. The thing about it is most of us that are out there, when we hear about Ted Bundy, we can't name really any of his victims. I know one of the victims that survived the FSU assaults, but save her, I don't know that many of us could really name them. You know what? We're going to remember these kids' names forever and ever. It's something has turned here with this case. We will remember each one of these kids, and they're frozen in time. They're frozen in time at the moment in which they died, and they had their entire lives before them. And we'll always remember their names. And yeah, we probably won't forget his name, but I hope that it does diminish and fade over time, and that the memories of these kids just continues to grow.
Yeah, it just stood out to me too when Bill Thompson, the prosecutor, was putting down the pictures in talking about the sentence for BRYAN KOHBERGER, and seeing their faces one after another, and then just the iconic picture, sadly iconic picture now of them the day before all of this happened, on the front porch of that house in Moscow, Idaho. I'm also now joined by retired FBI agent and attorney Bobby Chacon. Bobby, you were with us early this morning, counting down to the beginning of this hearing. Now that it's ended, we were texting a bit about some of the effective victim impact statements. What stood out to you?
you know, particularly with the roommate who described having to sleep in her parents' bed and her voice trembling and fearing. I mean, I thought Kohlberger was probably getting a thrill out of that. He was probably aroused. He's a psychosexual driven killer. And I think he's getting his last thrill of the fear that he instilled in those kids in that house. And that kind of, you know, it made me a little angry. I mean, not at the person speaking, but at the fact that he's getting one last thrill, hearing the fear in this person's voice, knowing this kind of killer feeds on that kind of fear. But then it shifted, and then you had people start to really go, I'm not afraid of you. You're small. You're stupid. And I thought, you know, Kaylee's sister did the best job of really articulating the things that really would get under his skin. And I think, you know, from what I saw, his jaw clenched a little bit. I know other people that said his fist may have been clenched, you know, and his eyes were darting when she was making those statements. I think then it shifted to this group of people really kind of took the right aim at him. And I think he's going to be hearing those words in his sleep. I think they really probably touched the one nerve that he had, that he is not the smartest guy in the room, that he's sitting there when they're all out, and that, you know, and that these kids and probably Maddie, who fought back and probably caused that sheath to fall off his waist, reached out from the grave and put him in jail. His own victims actually are responsible for his capture, because that one piece of DNA, probably the strongest piece of scientific evidence they had, was probably the result of her fighting back and making that sheath fall off his waist, off his belt loop. And you heard her sister say, like, if you didn't attack these kids in the dead of night while they were all asleep, they would have kicked your ass. And I think that will strike a chord in him. I think that they said the right things that to get under his skin. And while he had a poker face on in that courtroom, I'm hoping and I'm thinking that he's gonna relive those words that they said to him, and it's gonna bother him, and I hope it does.
And we are waiting, just being told that the Gonsalves family might speak shortly. So we'll bring you those comments live. You can see the camera is setting out, and I'm told that they are speaking now. Let's listen in. All right, we're going to work on getting the audio. That is Steve Gonsalves, who is speaking right now. And a little bit of what Bobby was talking about. You think about the DNA, the knife sheath. Joseph, I'm going to turn to you, because part of Steve, who you see there, his words to Bryan Kohlberger, turning the lectern so he could face him as he said it. And I think of Bryan Kohlberger, he was this criminology PhD student, you know, took effort after the crime to try to clean up his car, thinking that he would get away with it, but he didn't, because to Bobby's point, he left the sheath down. And Steve Gonsalves said you were reckless, you know, PhD, you're a joke. Joseph, for you, you work in the field of evidence and forensics. When you look at this case, for Bryan Kohlberger, I mean, how reckless was he that is really what sunk him in the end?
I think that it was probably his own vanity. He thought that he was, in fact, the smartest guy in the room. And we see that kind of played out also in his graduate studies. We've heard these reports of how he interacted with his, with his supervisors at Washington State. And I think that by extension, he thought that he could get away with these sorts of things, with everything, in fact. And, you know, he might have thought that he was very smart. It's that one molecular bit of biological evidence there that's left behind, that touch DNA on that button snap. You know, I've been considering this ever since, you know, I was covering this the day after it happened and haven't stopped since. And I just had this idea that he was sitting there actuating that button back and forth, snapping it over and over again. Maybe he wiped the rest of that sheath down. He's wearing gloves now. And in his brilliance, air quotes there, he forgot that he swiped his thumb across that snap, and he left that tiny, tiny bit of biological evidence behind, which of course I think, you know, was the final nail in the coffin for him.
And Bobby, as just was going through and making notes during what we heard throughout the day, and as far as the plea agreement and turning to that, the judge talking about restitution. Bryan Kohlberger is going to go to prison for the rest of his life. I know that you'll be fined $50,000 for some of these charges. How does all of that work? And then I even think of, and the judge had mentioned, I hope that nobody makes a documentary or a movie or writes a book with him, that he could make money. I mean, and I know just the idea that he would make money. What's the reality of that, considering, as you take a look here, this is what life is going to look like for him every day for the rest of his life?
Well, let's hope it looks like that. But there's a police officer murderer in the state of Pennsylvania, Mamiya, and he became a celebrity by Hollywood backers and stuff. And he was sitting on death row for a while. He was sitting in prison, and he became a professor of some online university in Ohio. And this guy was convicted of killing a police officer. So there's going to be opportunities for him. And Joe, Doc, and I both work in Hollywood a lot. And despite the judge's words, and I hope he's right, but there's always going to be some unscrupulous person that's going to look to make money. If BRYAN KOHBERGER wants to be interviewed, they're going to be banging down his door to be interviewed and to make some project with him, unfortunately. I wouldn't be part of it, but there's going to be unscrupulous producers out there that look to do that. And, we used to have what was called the Son of Sam laws, which wouldn't allow people to make money off their crimes. The Supreme Court struck that down a few years ago based on the First Amendment on right to free speech. And so they can make it. But back to your question, these civil, these $5,000 and $50,000 judgments against him are going to be sitting there. They're going to be filed, and any money he does make, we'll go to pay off those judgments first. I hope it doesn't happen at all. I'm sure the families aren't going to be looking for that money, and it's a drop in the bucket, but I think that's it's technical part of the law. They have to be levied. Those fines have to be levied. They will be there, and they will be a judgment against him, and the families can get paid if he does, anything like that. If he gets a job in prison, like somebody offers him a professorship, or if he finishes his PhD and then goes to work, as a researcher based online. I don't know. These guys seem to get a lot of opportunities in jail, and I know I'm a proponent of death penalty, and I know he's been sentenced to life with no parole. But just last week, I believe Minnesota released a quadruple murderer who was sentenced to life with no parole, and now he's living in a halfway house because they changed the law and said this was a 16-year-old who killed his mother, father, brother, and sister, and he was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole on all 4 counts, and now he's going to be living in a halfway house. Now,
okay, I'm going back over to Court TV here. Oh, and obviously I'm back. But let me get Court TV really quick, because it looks like there's a few things going on over. Whoops, wrong one. Where's Court TV? All right. Let's see what's going on here. And they're outside the spot. I know that there's apparently was a statement made by the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, but I have yet to see anything like that. So I'm still seeing what's going on. Let me see what they got to say here. I got my lunch here, so let me just see what's going on. Ah, come on. Come on. All right, let me play a little bit of this though. Let's see what's
for
going
real,
on.
and so is hell. Therefore, take measures that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray.
Hold on. Let's just see. There's got to be something else going on. Let's see what's going on outside. Let's see if Brian Enton has something on his site, on his page. Mm-mm. Sorry, guys, just checking some things here. Yeah, everybody's reacting still to the Olivia Gonzalez. I mean, that was phenomenal. That was phenomenal. And yeah, it was really tough to see. It was really tough to see Dylan Mortensen's testimony, or her victim's statement as well. That was very, very tough to watch as well. I'm going to keep it real. that was tough. But here, real quick, let me just see. Yeah, dang, man, that's so annoying. I'm trying to see if there's any other ones. And I mean, I think everyone's still just standing by and waiting for more info. What? Where did he get that? I mean, there is a statement going on, but where is this from? See, my problem is that I don't want to take somebody else's feed. You know what I mean? So I just open up my homepage. There it is.
So this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that
I'm rolling this back a little bit because clearly they're making a statement now. This is the Gonzalez family speaking out. Shout out to the Gonzalez family. Let's take a listen. I'm going to eat some of this meal.
To keep secret and under seal and until this moment, until now, Jeremy, when everything is finally official. You can see there the parents of Christine Gonzalez and their attorney Shannon Gray coming to the podium maybe soon. So we're going to keep tabs on that. But Jeremy, what do you imagine is in that discovery that we might learn?
Yeah, I think there's probably greater details about how.
Well, just Jeremy, just hold on one second. Let's listen to Steve Gonzalez real quick.
hard fought battle. But we have our person, and we have him where he belongs. So for that, we are thankful for all the men and women that put the work together, put this case together. And once it's part of the court system, it was a little ugly, but we got that conviction, and we're glad to be moving on. We're glad we can move on.
Steve, the judge talked about how we never know why, and it may not be perfect. To try to answer the why was something so sensitive that makes sense of it. How do you feel about that?
There's some truth to that, but then, there's also the fact that, what would he tell as a lie as to opposed to the truth, so.
The knife, if he gave the knife up, or if he gave a part of his kill kid, if he gave out facts that only the killer would know,
It would corroborate things.
it would corroborate things. And he even addressed there's been way too many conspiracies, and the surviving witnesses had to go through hell. Well, no better way to protect them than by getting some of those details. If you got those details, then, it's as simple as just saying I did it solo would have been, valuable, I think. And, we stand by the negotiation wasn't justice. It was just it was a shortcut. And we said from the very beginning, we're not interested in a shortcut for our daughter. We wanted everything.
Steve, you turned the podium at one point. Talk to us about why you wanted to stare at him.
Because he's a coward. He's been protected by the court from day one, the minute that he was arrested. So I wanted to let him know that I was directing everything towards him. And his days of being protected are coming to an end. From what I've been explained, he gets on a van today, and he's got like 11, 12-minute ride. And then he'll be the responsibility of Idaho State.
Were you planning on turning the podium though, or did you do that?
I remember reading it saying, "Do not move." So I was like, "Well, I'm moving this." I just kind of made that decision right then and there. So, I want to make it as difficult as possible. I knew my daughter was going to do a speech, and I'd heard it, and I was like, "He's going to hate this. He's going to hate this next set of people that are going to come forward and really rip into him and really expose him for what kind of a piece of trash he was."
I called it.
And we've been waiting a long time to say some of those things that needed to be said.
Stephen, you chose not to speak.
I'd written up a statement. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this is where you do.
Okay. Well, allow me a second.
Maybe let the court appropriate.
Yeah, definitely wasn't. Yeah, my name's Steve Gonzalez. I'm Kaylee's older brother. She was my little sister, my friend, the middle child in the heart of our family. There are no words that can fully describe her spirit. But if you knew her, you knew joy, you knew light, You knew someone who made everything better just by being in the room. My statement was largely grounded in one goal, and that was to do everything for anyone who listens to this and has to go through something similar to not have to endure what we had. My family's fought tirelessly, not just for answers, but for accountability. We've stood in front of cameras, behind closed doors, and across from people who didn't want us to speak, but we did, and we won't stop now. Across nearly every murder case prosecuted by Bill Thompson, including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan, there is a clear and troubling pattern. Families are left feeling unheard, justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions. In the McMillan case, charges were reduced from first-degree to second-degree murder, prompting confusion and outrage from the victim's family and community. The same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson, where capital-eligible crimes were resolved through plea agreements, sidestepping trials and diminishing public accountability. The most egregious of these crimes was the brutal killing of Whitney Parks, a young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband, Silas Parks, during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter, ultimately securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after just 5 years. There was no trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the child she was carrying. For Whitney's family, and for anyone who believes that justice system should speak forcefully for victims, this wasn't justice. It was a deal, and it was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. In fact, we learned from the plea deal that had been finalized from an email from the prosecution team. Not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along, and that this case was following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice. Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out, unheard, and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, this prosecutional, is that a word? Sorry. Prosecutional approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trend you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted crimes are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice. But this isn't just about a prosecutor's record. It's about Kaylee. It's about my sister. She's not just one of the Idaho 4. She was a daughter, a sister, a best friend, and the light in every room she walked into. When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice, it became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything to us, and our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee, but today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother.
Steve,
Thank you.
Now that the gag order is lifted, is there anything that you've learned over the last 2.5
Wow.
months from the investigation
He had things to say.
that you can share with us now and speak about?
Well, I think it was kind of interesting that once the president sent a truth statement out, they called us right up and they told us everything. So I don't know what was holding them back before, but we spent about 3 hours, close to 3 hours with the lead detectives. And yeah, we found, because our main thing was we didn't want to have victims advocate statements that had lies and misquotes and misinformation in it. So I appreciate the president, putting a little bit of pressure on there, and it seemed to work. Up until that time, they told us they were not going to tell us, and we were going to have to just wait for the things to be unsealed. But yeah, it was horrific what Kaylee went through. Yeah, and I don't want to protect this guy, but I won't give out all the details. I'll be general, but yeah, she was stabbed over 30 plus times, and she was struck, and there was quite a bit of damage to her face. So this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that he's otherwise, I just looked at pure demons out there. When I was looking at him, we had a stare down, and he's just filled with demons. He's dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you?
Wow. Wow. 30 times.
I looked him straight in the eyes, and I just seen black holes and just anger at me. He was telling me with his face that he fucking hated me. He absolutely fucking hated me.
And why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
It's the most personal one. Like,
Yeah,
look at
yeah,
me in my eye. You took my daughter's life. Look at me.
Yeah,
Did your family get something today that needed?
yeah, 100%.
It's a little early to actually even answer that for myself. I think that kind of stuff needs to set in and sink in, and you regret maybe saying some things, or you wish that you would have said things. So I think right now we're just kind of in the mix of the tornado and the real feelings.
Where's Olivia?
As the spotlight then fades, what do you want the public to remember?
Our main thing is hopefully this could be a template for another family that, you can use the media as much as they're using you. You can use it to keep people accountable, keep people honest, keep the court system, treating you with a little bit of respect. And I think that's what we did. And the more that you get active, I think the more chance that you're going to get that justice in the end. I think you really got to try to make your kids stand out, or whoever you're trying to protect, you make them real. Get on the internet and talk to people.
Before you go, and I know you want to go, I want to ask Olivia today. Spectacular. Olivia asked the question, what was the other weapon so despite this meeting around the prosecutors, there still sounds like there's something different there?
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee. So we don't know what that weapon was.
Oh,
But
wow.
They didn't recover it.
along with the knife wasn't recovered, but Kaylee was not just stabbed. There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
Like,
talk about that a little. The conversation we had with the prosecution was about healing more than anything. It was about giving the victims' families answers.
Wow.
And they may share some of that information at a later date, but today is not the day for that. Today is about the sentencing. It's about putting
of course,
the defendant in prison for the rest of his life. So there may be more details to come about that, but that conversation that they had was about the healing process and finding some answers that they had. And so we may share at a later date, but today's not the day. Okay.
That conversation really ends here.
Thanks.
That's crazy. Remember what? Remember.
All right, I want to bring in here Missy Maris, who's been listening along with me.
Hold on.
All this.
I'm muting that for a second. I want you guys to remember what Dylan Mortensen apparently said. She saw a guy dressed in all black. He was holding something. Okay, she was like, I don't know what it was, but he was holding something in his hand because she thought it looked like a baton or like a something. And then the bushy eyebrows. So just so you know, so when they say that Kaylee was attacked with more than just the K-bar, he obviously used something else on Kaylee and maybe on Madison and maybe on everybody else. But Kaylee, I think, is the one that really, and Xana too. I think those two were the ones that really put up a fight, y'all. Like, put up a serious fight. Hence the reason why I think Kaylee got attacked so viciously, because the theory that's been floating around here is that Maddie was the focus. Maddie was the target. And my theory is that she came into the other room. Kaylee came into the other room because she heard what was going on and ran into the room and started to fight BRYAN KOHBERGER. And then, of course, he wasn't cool with that and then attacked her too. But I don't think he only used just the K-bar. He used something else. Now we're hearing it too, because they said that she had a lot going on her face. She had a lot of bruising, he attacked her face pretty hardcore. And she was stabbed 30 times, guys. 30. That is insane. Families are still talking. Let's see what's going on.
More families appear to be gathering outside court there.
Good afternoon. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono attorney for Karen Laramie and Scott Laramie, the loving mother and stepfather of Madison Mogen. I ask that you please give your quiet attention to Scott. He would like to make a statement to you and to all those out there in support of them and the other families. Thank you.
It's crazy how much Maddie looks like her mom. That's crazy.
Karen and I just left the sentencing where we gave our victim impact statement. Judge Hippler sentenced the defendant to the maximum allowable sentence under the plea agreement. The sentence will ensure that this evil will never again terrorize a family as he did ours and 3 others. Trial would have involved risks. Had the defendant been convicted, he may not have been given the death penalty. Had he been convicted of the death penalty, we would have had to endure years, maybe even decades of appeals. This way, his fate is sealed. Society is protected, and we can move on with our lives and attempt to recover. Maddie was our purpose and our hope. We remain lost without her, but we will find our way. Thank you. Get up. Thank you.
All right, you've just been listening there to the family of Madison Mogen, who's just gathered outside of the courtroom. We're going to stand by and see if other families approach the podium throughout the rest of our coverage here. But I do want to go outside the courthouse to Liz Kreutz, who was inside throughout this proceedings. Liz, we were watching and we could feel the emotion, but you were inside there. Just take us in, describe what it was like. You could hear the sobs. The judge was crying at one point, and BRYAN KOHBERGER just stone-faced the entire time.
He was probably under
Yeah, Laura,
something.
It was hands down one of the saddest things I've ever witnessed. There were few people who had dry eyes in that courtroom. You could hear the sobs from the family members. You could see the security guards tearing up, many of the people who worked on this case for years tearing up, the judge at one point tearing up at a time when Madison Mogen's dad, Ben Mogen, just gave extraordinarily moving remarks talking about how this is was his only daughter and that she was the greatest thing he's ever done and how she helped him through addiction. And that just really was such a powerful moment. In fact, I could look over both directions in the courtroom, and at that point I saw BRYAN KOHBERGER's mother, who was there, break down in sobs throughout the entire hearing. She had a tissue and would be crying, and it was just it was extraordinarily painful to hear from these families, hopefully healing for them. And I think, Laura, what was interesting is you saw how there were differing approaches, right? We had some who were sharing the light and love of their loved ones who were lost, the pain that it's caused them. And then you saw the Gonzalez family, and they took a different approach, and they said, no, we are going to face this killer. We're going to look you in the eye, and we are going to taunt you and make you realize that you are going to die and spend the rest of your life in prison, Laura.
And Liz, were the two surviving roommates listening to the testimony throughout this entire day? Because it struck me, they went so early in the day, right? They went early in the morning. They described the horror that night. One of them who actually came face to face with him and was somehow spared. And she wondered, why am I still here? Why am I surviving? And describing the panic attacks and all of just the horror that she has been through over the last 2.5 years. Did they have to sit there and then listen to everyone else throughout the rest of the day, just describing everything?
They did. And, at any point they could have left. I think that it was clearly a moment that they wanted to be there. Perhaps it was finality for them. As you know, we've never heard from these roommates. Dylan Mortensen just gave extraordinarily gut-wrenching testimony in tears as she described, like you said, how she has these panic attacks like a tsunami that take over her. She says, he's a hollow vessel, is how she described Kohberger, something less than human.
Thank you for joining us.
Police.
Today marks the conclusion of a case that is.
Just so you know, this is the press conference with the police. They're giving, I guess they're talking about his sentencing and the investigation leading up to his arrest and all that stuff too. Just so you guys know. Here we go.
It's profoundly impacted the University of Idaho, the city of Moscow, the state of Idaho, and communities nationwide. Today's sentencing of BRYAN KOHBERGER brings the legal process to a close following his conviction for the brutal murders of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin.
Okay.
While this marks the end of a long and challenging journey through the criminal justice system, we acknowledge that for the families, friends, and loved ones of these 4 young people, the grief does not end because the losses are permanent and the pain remains. We want to express our deepest gratitude for their strength and resilience during this challenging time. We will honor their loved ones' memories and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well as prosecutors, forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight of the mission, which was to bring justice for the victims and their families, and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered. They never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was truly awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated. The numerous phone calls, letters, and seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on. Today, we want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies involved in the investigation, prosecution, and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. Each speaker will provide brief comments, followed by a limited Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together, and you have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry. First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case. And I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you are all, I think, listening in either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on. As you are aware, Mr. Kohberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath to Judge Hippler that the allegations are true. He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody, and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him. And we have finality and conclusion, not just for the families, but for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case. I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Latah County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI, and you'll hear, of course, Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 2.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them, but we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made, but this isn't a popularity contest. And we made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts. to give this case closure in a sense it would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hipler talked today about, I guess, the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, he doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen. So I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions.
Here we go.
I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you that. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength, and particularly your love for one another, was inspiring, and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts, and investigators answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less. It is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going, even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplify the very best of our profession and helped bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Canoodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that BRYAN KOHBERGER is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services, which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IGG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IGG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IGG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IGG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal, the goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise. They had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Leta County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet, but vital. They help protect the grand jury's work. They push back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their defense, with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division. And I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spare the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, no words from any of us, no legal ruling and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you. Idaho stands with you. And your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them, not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson. Just a couple of things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families and/or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Right there.
Chief Dollinger,
Yes.
Amanda Rowley with Creme 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the release documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggested that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kohberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
Haley Gunther, KHQ. There was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Bryan Kohlberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Is it real or no?
There was no connection. There wasn't at all. And we looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it.
It wasn't him?
It was not. It was not.
So who is it?
Thank you. We can cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second order weapon? Not just the knife.
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife, and that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
Here.
Sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second weapon that was used on Kaylee Gonzalez. Can you confirm
Out of respect for the families, that's something that y'all have to get from them. If they wish to share that with you, it'd probably be through them, not through us.
And one more question. You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house?
You know, after working in Moscow for several years, as Chief Dollinger. That area is frequented by many, many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed. So that's where that comment comes from.
It does. And no, it doesn't make sense. And it's if you were in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in. But at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. So any one of us could come and go and fit in there. So,
Roger. DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victims' names. I'm just wondering about the emotional toll. And I want to.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There's a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hippler was affected and impacted by this. There is no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that BRYAN KOHBERGER had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or if you've seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First I've heard of it. There is something I need to say though real quick. This is a product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Hurwitz, the former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude. Chief?
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, you intimately be with law and crime. You said that it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality, people die in prison, but Corporal Payne just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the plea agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her client sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we found. The law does not give the court or us the power to require a specific factual allocution. And just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities, for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, and the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this. But we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Interesting response.
Corporal Payne and Lieutenant Robertson, first of all, I want to say to you, Corporal Payne, that the chain of family told me that you called them every night during that nearly 7 p.m. time, even though you didn't have to. And I just think that goes to show that being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think or believe clothes Koberger was wearing that night are, and how do you think he avoided forensics?
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth, it's just kind of how we roll. There is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to.
Yeah, and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. You know, everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could. But the reality is we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar knife, and that's it. So it's endless of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it. So
what about the clothes and visibility though to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Gabriel Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times and another victim was stabbed
34 times.
right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it. And this does happen. And there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome. And that's what we were left with. Over here.
Chief of SARS of CNN, to Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on BRYAN KOHBERGER? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And stabbings, multiple stabbings are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done of Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense or on behalf of defense, is also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological condition of Mr. Kohberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant is going to be housed, is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Keep him in Gen Pop. Keep him out there.
Did you monitor Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or gave you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he was moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are the possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain the Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that. And I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Back here.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
So trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link and we have not found one, not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible, and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the house from their side. So we have never, to this date, found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving roommates.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My question is for the investigators. You guys are going through this case. You got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
We don't.
Wow. Northwest Public Broadcasting. This question for Anthony Gallagher, actually. I remember when Anthony was a beat cop assigned to talk to us at the very beginning and all of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask, as a community member, has this case shaped and changed how your police officer?
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? It was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is a part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly a part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
Rebecca's been Associated Press. The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in a court case like this in Idaho was matched by an extremely high level of secrecy in the case. The Gonzalez family has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being unsealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Hippler has told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed. Requests for discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances, the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
Alex Duggan, the spokesman review. I'm just wondering, did a lack of knowing the reason or the motive concern you when prepping for trial? Because juries tend to want to explore the motive or reason for a crime. And also, how do you as investigators and attorneys grapple with that? Because if you can't rationalize something irrational, then how do you continue knowing that maybe you won't get an answer?
Well, I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, we already know and realize we often don't get to know that. We want it. We all do. We naturally want that. But the reality is it's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. It's the person that commits those crimes. And I think that's probably what we have here.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but we were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could. So.
And from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing for trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who are wanting to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder. And so we set that aside as something that we were going to dwell on. Whether there was clear proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required. And practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating. And I'm sure as heck not going to stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence. And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to worry about motive in a human sense. But thank you for the question.
Did he say anything when he was arrested?
Yeah, so Brett, myself, and members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there. And I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about the cooperation and the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with the Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So we helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of the Pennsylvania State Police. And then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania.
Can you talk about what he said?
So we went into this interview. We used a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit. They helped us a ton in framing our our interview strategy rather. When we spoke to Mr. Kohberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with, the idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level. And then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview. That's pretty much
as soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows we're detectives from Idaho. So that's when we really started to shut down and they just shut it down. So
what was his demeanor?
Calm, relaxed.
Say very similar to what you see and whenever you see him in court.
Wow.
Next question. Yeah, Mike Baker from the New York Times. I'm wondering if you can talk about Mr. Kohberger's family, whether you got much cooperation, tips, input from them along the way.
Thank you. Let's get to that.
The only thing I'm really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family. So,
No. What?
Just wondering if you ever had the idea of what made Mr. Kohberger take the plea deal in the end?
No tip.
No. Okay. Can I ask a follow-up? I know there were reports.
That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
Can I also ask a follow-up to the investigators? I know there were some reports that there was Kohberger's entire container out of the house. Did you ever determine what that was?
No, and the belief was in the one surviving roommates and her statement, and that's out there, was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
All right, you've just been listening to authorities there in Boise, Idaho, doing a debrief after the sentencing of Bryan Kohberger. You heard from the top prosecutor there, Bill Thompson, along with a variety of state and local officials describing Kohberger's demeanor after they first encountered him after he was arrested. Also describing a number of different...
We have heard none of that, but that's a question.
Why? Hold on, guys. That's just dumb. Why would you do that? Why would you cut it? Come on, man. We
talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no. I didn't have legal concerns about how the FBI conducted their IGG investigation. I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed,
conversations,
painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end, it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody else's rights.
Had he not left the knife sheath behind, would you have been able to track him down?
We've talked about this ad nauseum. And the answer is yes. Through
DNA.
the car, most likely. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, could have been 2 months later. We just don't know. We would have found it. We would have.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision on what that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it. But the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller. And then as we had to, we were going to open that up. But we both believe we would have gotten through the car.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley with Front 2. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why did it happen so quickly, considering some of the families were against it? And also, the Mogan family at the plea hearing mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you have liked to have seen a different outcome?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogan family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered, and factoring into that, that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why was this such a quick? It felt rushed. So why did this happen so quickly, even though the family?
Now, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We had been doing that for months. And as I mentioned, that's you bringing Mr. Hurwitz in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able with the manpower to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families. And we talked to the families and we solicited their input. And we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June. At the end of the weekend, when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty, the court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
The trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right, with the jury as a factor.
Yeah, the practical aspect is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
Yes, I'm Shelton H.U. from 48 Hours. I just had a question about when you were looking into Kohberger's past. Was there any early sign of trouble, or what did his background look like?
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes, that sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on in his background, is what led him down this path. How may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession.
And just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Kohberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here. So if there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all of these prior actions, we are not aware of any behaviors like that.
No.
That preceded what happened here in Idaho.
He is a serial killer in waiting. That's what I truly think. I truly think that.
We have spoken with families afterwards, and I can tell you that families that did not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us. And I don't expect anything different. I respect, and we respect, that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units. And everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as victims. I'm not going to pretend that everybody was just fine with our decision, because there were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
It was stated earlier that the target is unknown. However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Magritte restaurant due to the vegan menu options. When his digital data was analyzed, were there any location pins or any information there that could have connected him to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. Like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location, anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection? Where's the overlap? And we searched tirelessly and never found it.
At that restaurant.
I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information to be able to show that he was there, or that there was a connection through the restaurant.
Remember the blind date rumor?
First of all, my question about the family. You said that it gave you the evidence from the family. Was there any hindrance in the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were hoping to get?
Are you talking about his family, Kohberger's? There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously we follow this line of interest in the studies, did anything in your investigation indicate that that was chosen as part of a planning process as opposed to just an area of interest?
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing, but it was all part of his studies. So I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student, a different student in the PhD program.
So then I'm understanding that the planning process, that your investigation for that payment was part of the plan to be that purchase of the Taylor knife on Amazon division, the first, I guess, step toward.
Did he plan it? Did he buy it with the purpose of that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
We don't
have
know.
anything to show.
That's crazy. Is this a thank you?
Well, thank you all. That concludes our Q&A section today. Hopefully we tried to get as many folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions. And certainly the question was already brought up about public records requests. Just keep in mind that if you're looking for those in the future, you will need to go to each individual agency or entity that has the keepers of those records. So just to reiterate, the website that City of Moscow is going to be putting up, hopefully today, that will only be Moscow Police Department records, and those will be our police reports. So we understand that this case has captured the attention of literally the world, and today's news conference was not held to relive the tragedy, but to honor those lives that were lost, to acknowledge the conclusion of this legal process and to reinforce our wavering commitment to justice, a commitment we share with you. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the media here today. We understand that you do have a vital role in helping the public comprehend the intricacies of this case, and your continued professionalism in covering this emotionally charged and complex case is appreciated. No additional comments from law enforcement will be made today, and if you have further questions, please feel free to submit those through the agency's public information office. Thank you very much.
Ay, Chihuahua. Well, that was interesting. That was very interesting. That was a whole lot of nothing. Because you tell me that all they had was the car, the cell phone DNA, the cell phone data, the DNA, and that's it. They had three things. The touch DNA, obviously, you heard from the Gonzalez family saying, hey, without the DNA on the sheath and on Kaylee, you would have probably gotten out of here scot-free. But that's not the case here. You screwed up by leaving DNA on the knife sheath and on Kaylee. We heard it from Stephen Gonzalez. Then also on top of that, they say that Papa Roger was not BRYAN KOHBERGER, which is also insane. So who the F is Papa Roger? Papa Roach. Oh my God. This is my last resort. But anyway, that doesn't make any sense, right? No motive. They couldn't give us a motive. They couldn't give us anything. Literally nothing. Hoi, yo, 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 yo. No motive. No connection to any of the girls or even to Ethan. Nothing. Which is also just absolutely crazy. All right. So again, weird stuff. Very, very weird stuff. That seems to be the ongoing conversation here. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to pull this up and just let her ride. But here's the thing, y'all. Okay, first off, we are finally closing the chapter on the tragic, these lives tragically taken from this world. Obviously, there's a lot of very angry people, a lot of very distraught individuals about this. I still feel not completely satisfied with everything. I'm satisfied that this mother love is locked up for good. I'm satisfied that we don't have to go through some crazy BS trial while he sits there and tries to fight to make it seem like that he wasn't there, while his team tries to plant reasonable doubt into everyone, not only just to the jury, but the court of public opinion as well. And all the pro-burgers that are out here that would have been sitting here trying to find everything under the sun to move the goalpost, to make it seem like he was innocent and wasn't involved in this whole situation. So I am thankful for that headache not even existing. I will be honest. Okay. It's like the same headache we had when it came to, we just did another trial recently, Diddy's trial. There was so much going on and there were so many people and so much vitriol going on in the streets because the world was split, right? People were saying Diddy was innocent. Some people were saying that he was guilty. It was just an absolute mind screw, right? And in this situation, he's taken it. He said he did it. He admits to it. He pled guilty. And now he's going to be spending the rest of his natural life behind bars. I am here for it. Yes, it doesn't give closure in the way that some of these families wanted. But at the same time, we don't have to go through that drama anymore. He's going to be put into a prison, and he's going to live the rest of his natural life behind bars. He is literally gone. We just watched his funeral. I'm being dead serious, okay? Being dead ass. We watched his funeral. Because as soon as he walks in there, he ain't going to survive like that, baby. He ain't going to be in there and survive, okay? He don't have not one alpha bone in his body, y'all. Not one alpha bone in his body. He going to go in there and they're going to make a meal out of that dude. Real talk. Like I said during his sentencing, I said, hey, I hope he likes dick because he's going to go get a lot of it now, okay? Unwarranted weed whackers all up in his face and on other areas as well. Sans Astroglide and baby oil. He is screwed, literally and metaphorically speaking. Okay, so hopefully he enjoys the ding dongs. Okay, he better not suddenly come up with a new onset of diabetes because he's like, oh, I don't like the ding dongs. You about to get a lot of ding dongs, bro. Okay. So enjoy it. Eat it up. Oh, that sounds weird. Okay, but enjoy it. All right. You bet not say that you lactose intolerant, because you're gonna get a whole lot of vanilla milkshakes. Okay. So enjoy that. Whole lot of ding dongs and spilled vanilla milkshakes all over the place. Yeah, I'm talking about the sausage. Yeah, we talking about that. We're talking about penis. Yes. Get ready for it, bro. It's done. You're done. And I'm here for it. I'm not here for that. I don't want to hear about it. I'm just saying, please drop the soap. That's what I say about that. Moving on. IV4, thank you so much. You need to understand why white culture has serial killers. Always want to vilify immigrants as the killers. Address your own. I see what you're saying here. Yeah. See, this is a guy, for example, this is a guy that should be locked up in alligator Alcatraz. For example, he is a prime example. So, and also like pig vomit, right? Pig vomit and Coco. They both need to go over there. Put them in the alligator Alcatraz or the actual Alcatraz if you're opening that up. Utilize it for the most notoriously dangerous and disgusting criminals that we actually have in America. These two are actual American citizens. Yeah, we should be addressing our own as well. We should be going and making sure that they have terrible time behind bars. Okay? And I get it. They have human rights as well. Okay, give them their 3-course meals and all that and a bed to lay on. But at the same time, plop them in the most dangerous place with the most dangerous criminals and let them fend for themselves in a way. You see what I'm saying? Dag nabbit. All I'm saying is that kind of stuff, people like him, okay, deserve to be locked up in the most terrible places on earth. Not people who are just trying to get in here illegally, okay? Get those people, they get caught, take them back home. You know what I mean? But that's just me. That's another conversation in itself, okay? So let's continue on. Tamara, thank you so much for the love. I cannot unhear the big D comment. Yeah, because he's used to get a lot of A's, and now you're about to get big D's. Yup. That is a bar. That is straight up a bar, okay? And then the sister said, Olivia said, and you used to want to be a rapper. I was like, oh my God. I was like, he wanted to be a rapper? How did they find that out? Where did that come from? I don't remember that. I don't remember that information. But damn, but they've been studying and following him and watching everything and getting all the information that they can about this dude. Real talk. And let's not forget his favorite Britney Spears song, okay? He likes himself some Britney Spears. He's probably just doing this in the darkness by himself, butt naked. You know what I mean? Ugh. But let's move on. Tabitha, thank you so much. Big Sis went off. Yeah, she used his questions on his survey against him by asking him the questions on the details. Yeah. I mean, if that's really what she got those questions from, man, it was fantastic. Rook, what's up, man? Thank you so much for being a member for almost 2 whole years. Appreciate it. What up, homie? Brianne, thank you so much for the super sticker. Infamous Truth Teller, thank you so much. That means no commentary for you. Haha. I don't know where that's coming from, but yeah, I get, well, I'm doing commentary right now, but maybe it's no commentary from him or something. I don't know, but we're moving on. S-Dubs, of course, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you being a member for over 2 years. I absolutely refuse to purchase or watch or read anything that BK will financially benefit from. I agree. I would not want to sit down unless I would hope that the journalists and the people, the powers that be, that end up getting that sit down conversation with him say in the very beginning, like, we did not compensate him financially at all for this interview. He did this on his own for free. He wanted to speak. And then I'd watch that. But they would have to clarify that for me too. I'm not watching that crap if he's getting paid for it. I'm not helping him, secure that dollar. Hail to the no. Chunky, thank you so much for the love. I hope the family's found peace and start healing. I hope so too. But I don't know if they, that's the thing. If they were starting to heal, or if they were to start healing, I would hope that they would have started healing a while back. But of course, this is just rekindling old feelings that are still there. I'm just hoping that, because, some family members have their own battles with addiction, etc. I just hope that this doesn't spark relapse, right? That this doesn't start people back down towards the avenue of addiction. I just really hope not. I hope people stay strong. They have their good support systems around them that are holding it down for them and keeping them sober, right? And for those who are still dealing with things, especially there's such thing as survivor remorse. Again, we have the likes of Dylan and Bethany that are still going through things as well. It's a terrible, terrible feeling. I can only imagine what they're going through. Watching Dylan, by the way, explained a lot to me now. Now, when I see how she was just talking and giving her victim statement, I was like, oh, there's a hint of that frozen shock phase right there. Like I was like, I could see it now. And that was her sober. So imagine if she had been out kicking it, little zooted, right? Feeling a little loosey-goosey. And all of a sudden seeing a dude with a weapon in his hand and bushy eyebrows, donned in all black, and his whole face is covered. I would be terrified. So imagine that on top of it. And then seeing how she was just sitting there going, I don't want to see him. I just want to read this. And even her reading it before and during and after the paralyzing reaction she had just by sitting there trying to read that said a lot to me. So now I'm like, okay, I get it now. I see it now. It still makes you wonder why still even afterwards she woke up, they went downstairs, or she ran downstairs. She's with Bethany. They could have made a phone call. They could have. Okay. And like I said, I'm not sitting there trying to I'm not trying to condemn any of the survivors, but it is an ongoing burning question, I think, that she is dealing with even to this day. Why didn't she make a phone call earlier? Right. And I think that's the thing that she's going to have to live with for the rest of her life. It's terrible. Ride Rebellion, thank you so much for the love. Why aren't they mentioning the second weapon? Exactly. They're giving light answers. I don't trust a single, I don't know, one of these suits. Yeah. And Trump bootlicking. Ew. Yeah, there was some bootlicking for sure. You know what I mean? There was definitely some bootlicking for show. I will say, this was kind of a nothing burger. You know what I mean? Like this is very frustrating to me that they kind of are giving us, like, you mean to, like I said a second ago, you got cell phone data, or like, yeah, you have cell phone data, the touch DNA on the knife sheath, allegedly some DNA left on Kaylee, okay, and the car. So you got DNA. So I'll just say DNA. That's just one. Cell phone data and his car. That's it. That's how they were able to connect everything, which still makes sense. But you've had years, guys. You've had years to talk about this. Years. And even within years, you still don't have anything? We don't even have a motive, y'all. Let me just repeat that again. They don't even have a motive. Make that make sense. No motive, no nothing. They just have those three things: DNA, cell phone, and car. That's it. They don't have the weapon. They don't have the clothing. They don't know where any of this stuff is. And yes, Nicole B., not even a connection between why he was in that place in their home. The only explanation that they gave was that they said, well, it was a party house. People were in and out, that kind of thing. So we believe it was kind of, hiding in plain sight type of approach. That's all they have. Now, I said this during the press conference, but they also said, I also said during the press conference, I said, remember the theory that maybe Maddie or that Kaylee was on a date and maybe BRYAN KOHBERGER was the person that they were on the date with? Remember that theory? This was something that they said way early on, right? Then there was theory about maybe he was actually going to places that they were working, go to their, kind of frequent their workplaces, etc., right? That they would, there was the vegan joint that I don't remember if it was Kaylee or if it was Maddie that worked, or Xana. I don't remember which girl it was, but they used to work at that restaurant. Remember, everybody and their mom was going and interviewing the people over at the restaurant to the point where they had to put out a statement basically saying, F off, quit coming here and asking us questions. Remember that stuff? So it was Maddie and Xana. Thank you so much, Allie. Okay. But yeah, remember that stuff? So there was a theory that maybe he was going there and frequenting that place a lot because, he was vegan. They were working at a vegan joint. It was like a vegan pizza joint or something. I don't remember. But anyway, remember all that? The theories were running rampant, and we still don't have a connection. Years later, we still don't have a connection. That's just so weird to me, y'all. Okay? Yeah, Mad Greek, the Mad Greek restaurant. Thank you so much, Aunt Nene. Do you whip? Aunt Nene? Okay, I'm done. The dad joke, I'm done. Sorry. Just boo. Sorry. I had to. Okay. Aunt Nene. Okay. Whip. Aunt Nene. Okay, I'm done. I had to get it out of my system. It's still in my head. Okay. But still, weird, right? Remember all that? There was theories that maybe he would go and frequent and check those places out. And maybe they were like, maybe he saw Maddie or Xana for the very first time there. And then, of course, was absolutely obsessed. Then there was an obsession, right? And that's when he started lurking and checking things out and following them online and screenshotting and saving photos of them, including other girls, on his phone. And I'm telling you right now, they said, well, the signs don't say anything. They don't lead anything that gives off the vibe that BRYAN KOHBERGER was going to turn into a serial killer. Say what? This clearly showed to you that this man was going to strike again, at least in my personal opinion. This was not a one and done. I'm telling you right now, this was not going to be a one and done. Why would he go and try to go and buy a K-bar knife again? He enjoyed it. He felt like he was successful, and he wanted to do it again. This was the start of a serial killer. We just got him caught before he was able to get a new K-bar knife to strike all over again. Because imagine if he went back to school, doing his thing, enjoying his stuff, and then all of a sudden, we start seeing other college girls on these campuses just suddenly getting murked. Think about that. If he was successful and he really got away with this, and they're still trying to figure out who are the ones who did this to these 4 Idaho students, right? He'd still be able to do this in plain sight. He'd do this again. Like I said, this guy is like a Dexter / Patrick Bateman type of vibe, okay? The dude is off his rocker, and he was trying to use this as an opportunity to see if he can get away with it. He almost got away with it, but not really at the same time. But he was that guy who was getting off on that and enjoying every moment of it. Real talk, he was. And I truly believe that's why he went shopping again. Maybe with another gift card. And he was going to do this all over again. Maybe not as big, maybe small, or maybe even bigger. We don't know. But what is being said and what's been released and revealed is absolutely insane. Let me peep you guys on a little bit of game here. Because remember, the Gonzalez family said that Kaylee was attacked over 30 times. We got new information here now. Kaylee Gonzalez was actually stabbed 34 times, the family says. So they told ABC News after court that the details are more horrific than we can imagine. They said Kaylee Gonzalez was attacked 34 times, and then someone else was actually attacked more times than Kaylee Gonzalez. I'm just saying that is a huge mother-loving deal. That means that someone was the target. And through passion of this, whatever was going on, Kaylee ended up getting the rest of the passion, if that makes any sense. Okay? Yeah, that's a lot of times, y'all. And he did this fast. Remember the amount of times that he had, how many minutes he had. What they said, the minutes were it was a very short amount of time, a very short bracket of time. But I'm telling you right now, if you are in fairly good shape, which he clearly was, don't take that as me giving him a compliment. That's just facts, okay? A 6-minute mile is pretty damn fast, okay? That is someone who runs. That is a runner, okay? That is someone with really good endurance. You're attacking someone, then the other person comes in trying to stop you. You are definitely in a moment of rage, and then you attack her as well. Then you run downstairs, run into Xana. Xana also puts up a fight. But now you're starting to get into some serious trouble because people are starting to wake up and you start to panic. And you probably didn't even expect Kaylee to run into the room. You didn't even expect to run into Xana or even see Ethan in bed. But still, nonetheless, you have to take care of business. So you do what you do. And again, like I said, with a very sharp knife, you can do a lot of damage, and you do not have to be a pro to use a knife and do some serious damage. Okay? Like I've said before, a pew-pew is absolutely deadly until it runs out of bullets, and then it's a paperweight. Sure, you could use it to bludgeon somebody, but somebody with a knife, you don't have to be a pro. You just have to be quick enough and have a bit of strength, and have purpose. Okay? And you can do some serious damage. And now we're hearing that clearly Kaylee put up a fight. Clearly Kaylee did. We haven't really heard anything about what happened with Maddie, but I'm assuming Maddie's the one who got attacked the worst. That's what I truly think. Kaylee came in. This is just my theory. because she heard the commotion and wanted to try to kick his ass. And, you know, they were drunk. They were kicking it, you know. So things are a little bit different when you're inebriated. BRYAN KOHBERGER had the upper hand in that situation, unfortunately, and attacked. And she got one of the worst attacks out of the 4. One of them. She's second in place. So whoever was in first place must have been the target. My theory is still Maddie. This is absolutely disgusting. And I still can't believe that we don't have a full answer on why he did this. What is the motive? Why would he do this, right? And of course, we still have evidence, documents, etc. I'm sure it's thousands upon thousands of pages of documents and pieces of information that we still don't have yet that is going to be out here soon once this gag order is absolutely lifted. He has been sentenced. He has been he's going to be in a bus or like a van sent to his new home, to his new forever home, where he will sit there and he will rot for the rest of his life, however long the rest of his life is going to be. But I'm telling you right now, even if he lasts for like a year, 2, 3, or 4, or 20 years, eventually he going to be that mother lover wearing Kool-Aid lipstick, holding the inside pocket of a man named Toby. Get ready for it. Oh, I don't even say get ready for it. Just keep that in your mind and be happy for it, okay? Because this animal is about to turn into somebody's bitch. Anyway, guys, that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Seriously, it means a whole lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Big show today. Please do me a favor before you head out. Hit that like button down below. Hit that like button down below. Okay? Hit that reaction button. If you're watching on other platforms, that'd be greatly appreciated. Okay? Hit that follow button. If you're watching on Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, and Kick, hit that follow button, please, and thank you. Hit that subscribe button here on my main channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. Go to my other channel, Pascal Raw. We got 2 episodes coming out this week, okay, on Pascal Raw. So please go check that out when they do drop. Drops. Anyway, so subscribe there and hit that notification bell on all platforms so you know whenever I have anything popping up, whenever I go live, because it is random right now. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon, and of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got justice, guys. Now he is literally walking into the open gates of hell, and may he rot there. But I don't think we're done hearing about KOHBERGER anytime soon. We will be talking about those things as the story continues to develop. Be ready for it. But we got some semblance of justice here. May those 4 rest in peace. Real talk. Anyway, guys, it's time to get going. I'll be talking to you guys very, very soon. Stay blessed out there. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.